Hena Prabhu Kotha Gela Acharya Thakur Hena Prabhu Kotha Gela Acharya Thakur Kaha mora Swarup Rupa Kaha sanatan Kaha mora Swarup Rupa Kaha sanatan Kaha dasaragunata patita pavan Kaha dasaragunata patita pavan Kaha mora bata juga Kaha kavira Kaha mora bata juga Kaha kavira Heka kale kota gela goranatara Heka kale kota gela goranatara Pashane kutiba mata Anale pashiba Pashane kutiba mata Anale pashiba Gauranga gunera nide Kotha gele pabo Gauranga gunera nide Kotha gele Se saba sangira sange Je koila bila Se saba sangira sange Je koila bila Se sangana paya kande naratamada Se sangana paya kande naratamada Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Jai Vaishnava Thakur. Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Jai Vaishnava Thakur. Nitai Gaur Haribol, 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 Gaur Haribol. Jaya Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. I'd like to welcome everyone here this morning for the memorial service for His Holiness Badri Narayan Maharaj. It's actually, I know I've been waiting many days for the opportunity. Anyway, we have many exalted personalities here, all who have had a lot of association with Maharaj over the last 50 years or more. And approximately 25 or so. So we'll be here for some time. There's no time limit on anyone to speak, say whatever you're feeling. It's a great opportunity for us to share our thoughts about Maharaj. And of course, his daughter is here, and we'd like to start it off with her. I just met her literally for the first time a few minutes ago, and I already saw a little of your father and you taking charge there, making sure that there was a chair there for someone. And I saw that's what we all know about Maharaj, is he was a doer. You know, Maharaj was a doer. So please, Anasuya Mataji, please come and. I guess you can sit down.
Use this?
Yes.
Okay. Haribol. I'm going to read two things. I'm going to read something I wrote, but I'm first going to read something my brother wrote because he was not able to be here. So I'm going to start with that. And I'm actually 50, so I do need glasses. So I'll start with that. So Nila Madhava is my brother. My father had two children, me obviously being one of them and Nila Madhava the other. He's listening to this right now. So Nila, this is for you. For our father. Hare Krishna, due to an issue renewing my passport, I sadly cannot attend the ceremony in person. He tried, and then with the war that's broken out in the Middle East, it was very difficult to get flights out here. I'm lucky that I made it. I'm grateful, thank you to Krishna's mercy. So my brother says, so I write this from my father's office at home in San Diego, California. It's a simple room, a bookshelf, a small bed, and his desk. In every direction, there are pictures of his most dear Sri Sri Radha Giridhari, Srila Prabhupada, and Sri Krishna. I am looking now at his desk and chair where he spent so many hours, months, and years working tirelessly in the service of Srila Prabhupada with absolute focus and determination. Sharing a home with him for so much of my life, I had seen firsthand his complete and total dedication every day of his life, year after year. His life's deepest goal was to serve his spiritual master. I have never known anyone as dynamic, intelligent, and with as quick of a wit as my father, Badri Narayan Maharaj. And he applied it in the service of Srila Prabhupada and Sri Sri Radha Giridhari, literally to his very last day. As his son, my heart is broken at his loss. I remember him as a father, I remember his laughter, his quick wit, and his wonderful stories. He was an anchor point in my life. Through good times and difficult times, not having his presence in this world feels like a monumental loss to those who loved him so dearly. And ISKCON has lost one of its greatest defenders and champions. I am grateful I have a lifetime of cherished memories and have had the opportunity to have an association of such an extraordinary soul. There will never be another like him. In the last several years, as his health declined, we encouraged him to slow down and ease his travel. But we could never convince him. He had the fire to continue in his service despite all of the difficulties that he was facing. I was surprised when he shared his most recent travel plans with me. I was too. But in a glorious way, after a successful trip, he made his way back to Vrindavan Dham, where he left this world peacefully in the hands of Srila Prabhupada and Sri Krishna. What a special departure after a lifetime of service. For that, I feel great peace and happiness. My deep gratitude to the Vaishnava community around the world for their outpouring of love and support. It is truly wonderful to see all the lives my father has indeed touched. So that was my brother, Nila Madhava. So I'm going to switch to something I wrote, and I'm actually going to start with something that maybe, many of you know my father, but I knew a different side of him. So I want to share a little bit about that, maybe something just a little bit less known. So I'll take you back. My father and my mother, Navasi Devidasi, met each other when they were just children themselves. My father just getting out of high school, my mom still in high school. They met each other in Florida, and Florida in the United States, and they proceeded to move to Ann Arbor, Michigan. And they started the Hare Krishna temple there with a few other loving Prabhupada disciples. They were on a mission. They were committed to the movement of Krishna consciousness. My brother and I were born during this time. We were born in 1975, me and my brother in 1976. It was a wild time with a small group of mission-driven devotees to spread the name of the Lord across the United States. And we followed along, attending various Gurukulas along that journey. And if you're a Gurukuli, you know that story. And that is its own journey and a story for a different book. But here was the common theme, or the plot line, if you will. My father was all in from day one. His priority was serving his spiritual master and Krishna. He felt it was the single most important opportunity and the most important thing he did, and his goal was to serve every day. And he did that for over 55 years. He sold paintings all over the world and rugs across the world to make money for the temple before he took sannyas, all the while distributing books and doing Sankirtan. He often traveled to countries where he risked his life to spread the message of Krishna, over and over. He was a temple president in Michigan and in California, and an ISKCON GBC member for decades. Many know that history. There is over 55 years of it. He was our father, though. He was a grandfather. He loved sweets. He often loved to say it's not complete without a treat. When we were going through his apartment, there was a big giant jar of butterscotch candies, which he definitely should not have eaten. My father and I were best friends. We talked all the time. We got each other's humor. We loved deep intellectual conversations. We loved the questions that inspired those conversations. We had our own rasa. We both talked a lot about Lord Nrsingadev. I'm going to pause on that because I always felt personally that Lord Nrsingadev was my Ishtadev, and always an incarnation that I felt very close to. And I think about it, and I was talking to another Gurukuli here. It's like Lord Nrsingadev protected the children, and it's really important to me. And I want to just share something. As we were going through his belongings yesterday, right beside his bed, tucked under something that nobody else noticed, was this, Lord Nrsingadev. And I thought I'd read something. Of course, Lord Nrsingadev was there. And I love this about Lord Nrsingadev. He's always looking out. He embodies protection, justice, and the destruction of injustice and the abuse of power, while at the same time being very loving and kind to his devotees. My father loved India. He even took his mom, my grandmother there. He stayed right here at the MVT, proudly taking pictures of the way ISKCON was creating such a beautiful space as Srila Prabhupada wished. He was funny. He has sharp and a sarcastic wit. Some of you knew that. And he was loyal to his friends. He loved gardening. He was especially attached to special types of roses. I was sharing a story about that the other day. And fragrantly scented flowers for the deities, always collecting different kinds in the service of the Lord. Anyway, my father was thinking about how to serve always, all the time. Even as we reviewed his things here in Vrindavan that he had left behind, he had folders of immigration papers and other items he was trying to help other devotees with. He cared deeply. He fought for the temples, risking his health and life for the expansion of Krishna consciousness. Just as recently as last year, his mission was to have a temple constructed in Escondido, California. And the inspiration was Sri Krishna Balaram Mandir. And it was approved in November of 2025. He was very excited about that. So, on this Memorial Service Day, let us pause and remember this devotee who dedicated everything he had and everything he was to Krishna. May his memory be a blessing. I will close with a final word from one of the last lectures that he gave here in India, and it really struck me. And what struck me was it was something he shared about Kali Yuga. He emphasized that the last phase of Kali Yuga, the last leg of Dharma to stand, is truth. Let us be truth seekers. Let us hold tight to the Vedic qualities we aspire to live up to. Let us work to represent ourselves in the light of truth and in service to Krishna. With that, I offer myself to the feet of Srimati Radharani, asking for her mercy and protection. All glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Anasuya Mataji. As I said, I'm just going to go with the order we have here pretty much, and the introductions will be short. Next, we're going to hear from Prahladananda Swami.
Om Ganatamanandasya Gananjana Salakaya Chaksuramilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. As many of you may know, Badri Narayan Maharaj was an ocean of either roses or the thunderbolt. So my relationship with him evolved over many years that I've known him, because somehow or another we both had a very similar nature in some respects. He didn't mind saying what he thought was the truth, and I didn't mind saying what I thought was the truth also. So sometimes we didn't have the same truth. So that was quite interesting for some of the devotees at the GBC meetings sometimes, because he'd correct me during the GBC meetings, and I'd correct him too. But over so many years, because somehow or another for the last 15 years, we always managed to sit next to each other. So I learned how to bring out the nicest part of him, and he also learned how to bring out some nice part of me too. I remember when he wanted to take sannyas, because the sannyas ministry, I'm the minister for sannyas, so the sannyas ministry evolved over the years. And it started to evolve in such a way that the requirements became more specific before you could take sannyas. As a matter of fact, I don't think there's any service in the society which is more difficult to obtain than sannyas within our society. So when he applied for sannyas, he found himself with a sannyas minister who wanted to apply all the rules and regulations. including to the GBC members. So he didn't sometimes appreciate that. And sometimes, I remember having one meeting, and I told the devotees this and the committee that I was on, because we were going to interview Badri Narayan Prabhu at that time. And I told them, I don't want to do it. They said, you have to do it. So I said, okay, I'll represent the committee. So that was one of the many mistakes I've made. Specifically, I told him that he had to follow the same procedure that everyone else had to follow. So that took around 20 minutes to work that out. And then we told him you have to actually do a mission like everyone else has to do it. And he said, I'm not going to do it. So he reminded me of the way I used to work with my parents. If my mother told me I had to take medicine, they'd have to get the doctor and my father and everyone else to hold me down. So, and they couldn't still get me to take medicine. So finally they gave up out of frustration, left the room, and then I'd get up and take the medicine. So Badri Narayan Prabhu at that time, he said, I'm not going on a mission. I got too many other things to do. So finally he said, all right, just do whatever you want. And then he wound up going to Burma immediately. And he wouldn't stop going there. So I was also the health and welfare minister at that time. And I thought, well, it's not a good idea, you're traveling so much. But anyhow, whatever I said, he'd probably do the opposite. So he was dedicated. First of all, he was completely detached from his body. He was really attached to his service. As you know, his dedication to the GBC was phenomenal. Shivaram Maharaj and myself were on some committees, the Dakshin Committee, the Parallel Lines of Authority. And although they had chosen me as the chairman at one time, he'd actually asked me to become the chairman. But then when whatever committee was on, he immediately took charge of. So he became our what do they call that when you adjourn the committee, when you adjourn the committee, when you call everyone together? Adjudicate, what's that? Facilitate, anyhow. So he actually was able to get things done, one way or the other. And he got these two things, he got the Parallel Lines of Authority paper, he got the Dakshin paper, he got the GBC's position paper. Whatever he started, he got done. One way or another, it got done. And it was always dedicated to safeguarding the movement. He wanted Prabhupada's movement to be successful. He wanted the devotees to feel secure. One thing he left, which is undone, which was really frustrating to him, and hopefully someone will carry it out. He wanted some building to be created in Mayapur, part of the master plan, which would take care of senior devotees who have dedicated their lives in serving Prabhupada's mission. He wanted a building there that they could come there and live out their lives in Mayapur. Somehow or another it hasn't been done yet. So that's one of the things that he was really dedicated to, he pushed for, and when Badri Narayan Maharaj pushed for something, he wouldn't let go. But somehow or another, at that particular time, it was not possible. In any case, although I knew which buttons to touch to get a fire, and I also knew after some time, which buttons to touch to get the roses. So after a while, I chose to get the roses. And he was super sweet when he was sweet, and he would be purifying when he was a little fiery. So I'll always remember that, how much he helped me advance in Krishna consciousness, not take myself so seriously, and at the same time had a Vaishnava association, because I dealt with him in, for instance, the last time I had dealt with him, of course I was sitting next to him as usual at the GBC meetings, and he'd always tell me what he thought about every issue. But there was one sannyasi who was trying to take sannyas. He was Prabhupada's disciple but he had joined the Gaudiya Math. He took sannyas from someone in the Gaudiya Math, and he wanted to come back to ISKCON. So Badri Narayan Maharaj, as usually, he took him under his wing and dealt with him, encouraging him and trying to, make sure that I treat him fairly. And we worked together very nicely. And then he asked me in Mayapur if we can come together and have breakfast. Now, I have a very strict diet, so I usually don't take prasadam with the GBC members. But I said, all right, I'll take breakfast. So he was quite surprised. So then this sannyasi who was trying to come back to ISKCON, myself, and Badri Narayan Maharaj and myself, we sat down. First of all, he cleared out that I was not responsible. So then I was off the hook. And then he got on his case. You have to do it, You have to do whatever is necessary. It's all in your court, and I'm depending on you to get it done. So the devotee actually, he was very influential. This devotee actually started to get it done. So he will become an ISKCON sannyasi by the mercy of Badri Narayan Maharaj, as many other devotees who have taken shelter of him have also gotten positive results. So therefore, his legacy, what he put into the hearts of the devotees who he dealt with, will not be temporary, because it was coming from Prabhupada, and therefore he infused Prabhupada within the hearts and the mission of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu through Prabhupada's mission, the GBC, and other parts of our society. So his legacy will live on through the devotees that he influenced and encouraged to make advancement in Krishna consciousness, and those who took shelter of him, and therefore appreciated that in our society there are real Vaishnavas who really care and will do whatever is necessary to take care of them. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Maharaj. Shivaram Swami Maharaj, you'll be next, and then B.B. Govinda Swami.
Hare Krishna. That was one opportunity I had to pay obeisances to Maharaj without him doing the same. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauruvani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Pasyachadesha Tarine. Srila Prabhupada would sort of quote this maxim: you can judge a tree by its fruit, phalena parichyate. Leaving material world is not an easy thing to do sometimes. Srila Prabhupada showed the example that 1977, from practically the Gaur Purnima festival all the way up until November 14th, Prabhupada showed that it may be that you have to struggle for 6 months with your health, or at least declining health, that puts someone in such an embarrassing situation. I remember when my mother lived until she was 98 years old, and her health really didn't fail up until she was about 96. But she had two main concerns. One was that she didn't get dementia, which hardly little chance of her getting dementia. And the other was that she didn't want to be subjected to the indignities of old age and death. His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj would sort of give me further details than on his diary of the times that he was here with Srila Prabhupada, and how sometimes, because just as the way that devotees cared for Madhavendra Puri, Ishvara Puri was so dedicated and taking care of personal bodily needs, that even Srila Prabhupada would apologize. I'm really sorry that you're Vaishnavas, that you have to be subjected to doing this. And of course, for devotees, that was a wonderful opportunity, such a confidential opportunity. Phalena parichiyate. To be able to come into the Dham in good strength, to sit here and, is it on this side or the other side? This side, to give class, and 2 days later, no pain, no real warning, at least seems not to the rest of the Vaishnavas here, and in Vrindavan. Okay. It doesn't get better than that. It's a nice saying. So it really doesn't get any better than that. And it actually tells of what is Krishna's relationship with Maharaj, how much he appreciated just those things that we've already heard, and I'm sure devotees are going to repeat, his unfailing dedication to Srila Prabhupada. And he was tenacious. He was sometimes like a bulldog. When he was very convinced of something, and when he really wanted to see it through, he dug in, and he wasn't afraid to really sort of face anyone. I think it was the last year that His Holiness Tamal Krishna Maharaj was in the GBC meeting. And of course, there were very few Vaishnavas left, Jaipataka Swami Maharaj himself, who had extensive personal association with Srila Prabhupada and were also sitting on the body. So anyway, Tamal Krishna Maharaj, those who know, he was a very, very convincing person. And he could, the GBC could be going this way, and he could ultimately convince them to go sometimes the other way, for no real reason other than that he was talking. And at one point he was talking, and Badri Narayan Maharaj slammed the table with his fist. He said, "Stop it." He says, "I don't know who you are. You're some kind of magician that you just put a spell over all of us, but you're taking us down the wrong track." And Tamal Krishna Maharaj stopped in his tracks, and that also took a lot. So that was one of many such outbursts, and very much for the better, in In institutional meetings, my experience is that usually you have 1/3 of the members very active physically. Others may be active mentally, but the real interaction takes place between a certain number of devotees, people, and Badri Maharaj was certainly sort of the leader along that line. And as Prayātā Maharaj said, he was dedicated to the truth, and sometimes his truth was running, contrary to somebody else's truth. He could very easily just interrupt a discussion, and then, of course, the chairman would say, "No, Maharaj, you got to let him finish talking." No, this is an important point. I mean, I've got to make this point. "No, Maharaj, you can't." Yes. And ultimately, he would just bulldoze any objection, and convinced that what he was going to present was essential. And of course, usually it was, as his son wrote, very intelligent. He is a great loss to the GBC body, although I think he already handed in his resignation, future resignation. And Dadami Buddhi Jogam Tam, spiritual intelligence, the kind of Krishna consciousness intelligence that's led by Krishna, that's led by Srila Prabhupada. Somehow he had this idea that he should take sannyas from me, and that was a little embarrassing because he's senior to me. Joined in 71, I joined in 73. And I said, well, there's so many other senior Vaishnavas. But in any case, we had a very nice relationship, albeit at a distance. Last summer was the first time in decades, and probably the last time in perhaps in this life, that I visited the United States. And I phoned him up. I said, "Maharaj, are you coming to this festival in Florida?" He says, no, I don't have time to do that. And I really, it was in one sense inevitable that this condition that Maharaj had would lead to some kind of conclusive situation. Of course, it's conclusive for all of us, but he already had sort of a near-death situation in Malaysia. Was that in Malaysia? I think so. And he had to be like whisked back. I forgot what I was going to say. That's also not unusual.
Also in Vrindavan, he almost died. We had to take him from Mathura to Delhi.
Yes. So it was, in one sense, the writing was on the wall.
Talking about Florida. You were inviting him to come. You were going to Florida and asking if he could come. You asked him if he could come to Florida.
Yes, thank you very much. Can always rely on Prayātā Maharaj for memory, although he also forgot some things. Yes, and I thought I should go. Who knows? Who knows if I'll get the opportunity to see him. And whereas, because now I'm spending 6 months of the year in Mayapur, usually after the meetings, then we would meet up. This time I didn't go, so we didn't have that opportunity. Now I saw him day before yesterday, first time in a long time, and last time. I'll let others speak, other than we glorify devotees when they leave this world. And probably we would be a better society if we spent more time glorifying devotees when they are still with us than before. When everybody leaves, then everyone was a saint. And before that, well, there were varying opinions. Some time ago, I was part of a group selected by the EU Commission, Spiritual Leaders of Europe, and there was one very, very nice Sikh gentleman from Birmingham. And in the discussion, he was saying, he was about the only spiritual person in the room, but in the discussion, he was saying, everybody's death certificate is filled out. It's just the date that's missing. And now we know the date of Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj. And as Srila Prabhupada said, our time will also come someday. Someone will be here speaking about, anyway, I'm not going to say names, but all of us. Thank you all very much, and I really thank His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada, for giving the opportunity that we do have the association of saints, because if you leave your body the way that Maharaj did, you must be a saint. Hare Krishna. Jai Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. Next, we'll hear from Bibi Govinda Swami. Thank you. And then Jai.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. I would like to begin by reading a message from His Holiness Radhanath Swami Maharaj. And Maharaj has written, "We have gathered in the hallowed grounds of Sri Vrindavan Dham to honor and offer our sincerest gratitude to His Holiness Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj. My heart is broken in separation upon his passing from this mortal world. Badri Narayan Maharaj's life personified wholehearted dedication to serve and protect the movement of pure love for Krishna and compassion for all beings that Srila Prabhupada mercifully brought to this world. In his profound gratitude and deep love for Srila Prabhupada, Badri Narayan Maharaj served with courage, determination, and brilliance. His kind interactions, masterful classes, sometimes thunderous words, sprung from a truly humble, loving, and kind heart that deeply cared for the well-being of individual devotees, our worldwide Krishna consciousness community, and all beings. His complete dedication to be a surrendered instrument of Srila Prabhupada's divine grace, offered with true love and compassion, is the legacy of His Holiness Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj's life. With tears of separation, let us offer our gratitude to Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj and celebrate his life and his legacy. I offer my heartfelt prayers and condolences to his beloved children Anusuya and Nilamadava, and to all of Badri Narayan Maharaj's disciples, friends, and well-wishers. With gratitude, your servant, Radhanath Swami. And I will mention a few points that I jotted down. Just before I came here, I turned and I looked at Anusuya and I said, "Did your family live in Detroit circa 72 and 73? And she said, yes. So that confirmed something for me. I lived in Toronto at that time, and we would go on traveling Sankirtan, and once we went to Detroit. And my traveling Sankirtan, well, we were all very, very young at that time. And my traveling Sankirtan leader was kind of a proudy person. And we were in the Detroit temple, and I remember a confrontation between my Sankirtan leader and Badri Narayan Maharaj, wherein within about 3 seconds, by Maharaj's intelligence and by his razor-like tongue, my Sankirtan leader was sliced into ribbons because he was demanding something, and Badri Narayan Maharaj really just set him in his place. And at that time, even early in ISKCON, I realized this gentleman is a true force to be reckoned with. Over the years, by Srila Prabhupada's grace, I've had the opportunity to travel in China. And on numerous occasions, I've visited Tibet. And when you go to the different monasteries in Tibet, when you enter just at the gates, they always have deities of protection. Just like in our temples, we have Jai and Vijay. And in their temples, they have protector gods. And through the years, I always observed Badri Narayan Maharaj as being one of the protector gods of ISKCON. He was a true protector of the legacy of Srila Prabhupada. Badri Narayan Maharaj, he met Srila Prabhupada's definition of a Vaishnava. And that when Prabhupada was asked, can you define what a Vaishnava is? Prabhupada said, a Vaishnava is a perfect gentleman. And Badri Narayan Maharaj was like that. He was such a gentleman. Gentlemen, sometimes they speak very gently, and sometimes gentlemen speak very strongly. And for us who, had the honor of sitting with Maharaj in the GBC room over the years, we often heard the thunder of his voice raised, but it was raised in the protection of ISKCON. And it was raised in the protection of Srila Prabhupada's legacy. Badri Narayan Maharaj, he was a Vaishnava of impeccable integrity, and he was a Vaishnava of very strong morality. He was a devotee who was guided by the North Star of the instructions of his Guru Maharaj and dedication to the service of his Guru Maharaj. I feel personally deeply honored to feel both the strength of Badri Narayan Maharaj's words and to also experience the calming grace and the kindness and the upliftment of his words. Badri Narayan Maharaj, he lived an unquestionably noble life in the service of his Guru Maharaj, and for 55 years he acted as a source of inspiration for devotees throughout this entire society. I'm thankful to Maharaj for his service, his example of steadfastness, his strength, his humor, his gentlemanly grace, his unending stream of Srila Prabhupada's anecdotes, his humility, his unswerving attention to maintaining the legacy of his Guru Maharaj, our founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada. As far as I can see, he did everything right. And he did it for the right cause, which was service to Prabhupada. And because he led his life in such a noble way, he was blessed to leave this world in the sacred dust of Sri Vrindavan Dham. So on this day, I bow my head to Maharaj's lotus feet, and I hold his life as an example that not only I, but that all of us should observe and we should follow. Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj ki Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. Next we'll hear from His Holiness Jayadvaita Swami. You may get the idea, some of the best stories about Maharaj you're not going to hear. Oh, I have, just the other day, we were out there just a few days before discussing some management. He was the GBC for Hawaii from 2019. It was myself and Kusa Devi that we begged him to be GBC there after Tamahar resigned, and he kept declining. Everyone knew Hawaii was, you don't want to be involved in the Hawaii temple. And he said he'd do it under one condition, and the condition was that I would take care of everything. And I had to face him the other day for the first time in a few years because I wasn't taking care, and he took control. He really did a wonderful service there. And a few times he said to me during the conversation, I have to stand before Srila Prabhupada. He said, what am I supposed to do? He said, I have to do what I know is right for Srila Prabhupada. And he kept saying that again and again. And you're going to be hearing that as everyone speaks about everything he did. His truth was for Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna Maharaj, thank you.
Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyeva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Badri Narayan Maharaj was one of my favorite devotees. One reason was because of his heart. He had real feeling for devotees, for people. Like, he had a certain way of, when he felt something, he'd express it. You could see that he he had strong empathy for people. Not universal love, but if your cause touched his heart, then it could touch very deeply. And he was also my favorite because he was so smart. He's just so brilliantly smart. Well, you know, somebody's explaining something, and the people in the room are sort of gradually getting it. And he's meanwhile like 7 steps ahead, and he's already figured out where this leads and what we're going to do about it and what it entails, and like a chess master who just sees into the future. And that was a pleasure. That was a pleasure. If he was, well, the next thing is that he's a person who knew where he stood. He wasn't namby-pamby, he didn't pussyfoot, he didn't equivocate. Sometimes he was open, he didn't have a stand, but once he took a position, then he took it, and you didn't have to wonder where he stood or whether he'd stand for it. He was strong. And that was a pleasure also. And whether you were agreed with him or disagreed with him, and that was good. You could agree or disagree because he stood for something. And if he had disagreed or agreed, it was a pleasure. If he agreed, it was great to have someone like that on your side. And if he disagreed, you'd know you were up against the best possible arguments against you. He would defend his position with intelligence, with sharpness. And I suppose no one will neglect to observe that he knew how to push. He knew how to push and how to stick to his position until either he won or it was irretrievable, one or the other. One thing I noted, he was chairman of the GBC one year, and that year, anything I brought up to the GBC or brought up to him as chairman got follow-up from him personally. You know, did your issue get solved? Are you satisfied? Or here's where it stands, and so on, until it was done. And I didn't see that before he was chairman. I haven't seen it since. That level of personal attentiveness to seeing that the things that he was responsible for were settled. He took on tremendous burdens. And he sometimes reminded me of that because he was a GBC man. He was taking on so much weight. And I sometimes had some critical remark to make, characteristically critical. And he would remind me of how much weight people had taken on their shoulders by accepting positions of GBC, temple president even. And he himself took a disproportionate amount of burden. He didn't shy away. He wasn't looking for the comfortable slot. He would just take it on. That was one of his expressions. Bring it on. Right? He would say, "Bring it on," and he would take it and deal with it, and not on easy issues, not on small things, not on quick fixes. He would take on the heaviest responsibilities, and in a what should we say, a just that in a mood of surrender and dedication. This is what Prabhupada, this is what needs to be done for Srila Prabhupada's service, and he would do it. I wrote to him one time, not that long ago, because he had all those posts and responsibilities and duties. But especially in his later years, he was doing them, and at the same time desiring to do more than that. I wrote him, and therefore traveling more, preaching more. I wrote to him about some issue. It was always some issue. And within the last couple of years, and I just signed off and said, happy preaching. And he just seized on that. Thank you so much. Because that was his love. He, as much as he would do everything else, he also just loved to preach Krishna consciousness. So, I think anything else I would say, everyone else will also say. So I'll just stop there and offer my respects to His Holiness Badri Narayan Maharaj. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Maharaj. Well, next we'll hear from our temple president here, Panchagoda Prabhu.
Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyeva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. So, it was always good to see Maharaj. Always had a very happy disposition, sure of himself, but at the same time taking on the responsibilities for carrying out Prabhupada's mission. I know I was just this year, this summer, he called and said, you go to Miami and help us with the Miami management. So I said, I tried to get out of it, but he said, no, you have to do this. So it was successful. Actually, we did a nice transition in Miami in the summer. And every time he would come to Vrindavan, he was always very grateful and thankful, because he had a near-death experience maybe 5-6 years ago. I know Gunarnava went, no, it was maybe the 40th anniversary, I think, around that time. Gunarnava was here as well. We had to go to the hospital, and he was very strong-headed. He wouldn't cooperate with the doctors or the medicines or this or that. So I told him, Maharaj, you know, you've got to do this. But he was always very appreciative that he found Vrindavan as a shelter. And I was so happy to hear that, that he was actually here again and achieved ultimate perfection of leaving in Sri Vrindavan Dham. I know one devotee was thanking Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada, I want to thank you for bringing us to Mayapur for these festivals. He goes, oh, I have not brought you. Bhaktivedanta Thakur, they have brought you. And Bhavananda said, how is that? We're all come from, Shudra, meat-eating families. How would Bhaktivedanta Thakur bring us to here? So that was all superficial. When you heard the holy name, you came running to serve. So I saw that Maharaj was very dedicated to Srila Prabhupada's institution, his teachings, and very strictly not compromising this way or that way. But that determination and full dedication is a great example for all of us to help carry out the mission, whatever empowerment we have for Srila Prabhupada, by Srila Prabhupada, for pushing on the Krishna consciousness movement. Sometimes it gets very difficult, management. Sometimes you have to make decisions this way or that way. Not everyone's always happy. But for the sake of Srila Prabhupada, we want to carry out, like Krishna's telling Arjuna, you kill this Ashvatthama. He was a rascal, he performed such horrible activities, but he was actually pushing him to do that. But Draupadi showed her kindness and compassion. So although he had a very soft side, loving side, very caring side, but he was very thunderous and very determined to actually uphold the law. My son's a policeman, to protect and to serve in Florida. So I felt that Badri Narayan Prabhu had that mood of protecting and serving the society, serving the devotees, and assisting Srila Prabhupada in spreading the Krishna consciousness. So he'll be missed very much. It was always good to see his happy, smiling face. We were sitting together after every Mangal Arati. Who's giving class today? Who's giving class today? he wanted to know, and he'd like to participate. His Holiness Badri Narayan Maharaj ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. One of the last classes he attended, he asked a question at the end of the class, and so many didn't understand it. It was a simple question. He looked at the devotees in the audience. He said, touch your nose. And of course they just go, no, touch your nose. And they go. Some of us knew right away what his point was. This. He definitely was like this. Maharaj. He touched his nose. He didn't take the hard way around. He took the very easy way around, Maharaj. So now we're going to hear from Braja Bahari, and he's going to read a letter from Burjan Prabhu to start.
Hare Krishna. So first I'll read His Grace Burjan Prabhu's brief message. My dear devotees, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. It is unavoidable to note how Krishna personally arranged for His Holiness Badri Narayan Swami to depart from this world from Sri Vrindavan Dham. Such a great fortune. Clearly, it was due to his pure and sincere mood of service to Srila Prabhupada. And such a brave and honest servant he was, and sharp of intelligence and extremely witty too. Maharaj fought for what he thought was pleasing to Srila Prabhupada and the best for ISKCON. But when a fight had ended, he proceeded with a respectful and affectionate relationship with that devotee he previously had disagreed with. I know this from my own experience. He was a warrior of character. He held no grudges. A hole is now opened in the heart of ISKCON, for his departure is an era's end. His Holiness Badri Narayan Maharaj ki jai. Your servant, Burijan Das. So I've written something, and I'll probably add a few things as I read it, because literally, not just, sometimes we just say it, but literally I wouldn't be sitting here today if it wasn't for Maharaj. Literally. So Maharaj was the temple president in Ann Arbor in 1976, and I was a student there at the University of Michigan. I don't remember you so well, but I remember your mom and of course, your father. Yeah. So I met him in 1976. I was a student there. I would visit the temple every Sunday, and he would take turns with one other devotee giving the Sunday talk. I don't know if they took turns, but sometimes it was him, and I won't mention the other devotee's name, but it was another devotee. And the temple was probably about a 15, 20-minute walk from the campus. So I remember walking there every time, and sometimes it was freezing cold in Michigan, and praying and praying and praying that it was Badri Narayan Prabhu who was giving the talk instead of the other devotee, but because because he was, as we've all heard from so many people, so witty and just amazing speaker. So I was thinking when I would thinking about joining, because I was a college student at the time, that if such a person is a Hare Krishna, I want to be one too. He made Krishna consciousness really attractive, and he made the material world seem like totally useless. Like, why would you even consider material enjoyment? He was very good at that. And he really seemed to keep an eye on me. One time I was walking on the campus in between classes. There's a place called the Dyad in the University of Michigan. He was doing Harinam Sankirtan. There's one spot that was, nobody knew if it was owned by the university or owned by the city, so we could just stay there and chant, or he could just stay there and chant. And so there was thousands, the Dyad is a huge grassy area, and there were there's 50,000 students at the University of Michigan. So there were just thousands of devotees, I wish, thousands of people going back and forth. And he saw me in it was quite a distance, and he ran up to me. He ran up to me, and he said, "You're in the Back to Godhead magazine. There's a picture of you." And he had the BTG with him. And it was New York Rath Yatra in 1976, and I was pulling Srila Prabhupada's cart. I had what we would call a Jufro. It's a hair like out to here and like that. But the interesting thing about it, I was a speck in the photo. I mean, I was one of hundreds of devotees, but he noticed me. And he ran up to me and he said, "You're in the BTG, you're in the Back to Godhead magazine." I remember that so vividly, him coming up, such kindness, he was really my guardian angel. He was really looking after me. Then I wasn't going to write this, but I thought it's okay to speak it. So my mom said that, my mother, good Jewish mother, she said that she would commit suicide if I joined the ashram. So I was really distraught what to do. And so I went to see Badri Narayan Prabhu at that time, Maharaj now. And he sat me down in the Ann Arbor temple. The altar was a painting, the original painting of the Panchatattva that Jadharani Devi painted. And he sat me down there, and I said, I said, "I really have something to talk to." And I think he was thinking, which regulated principle was I not following, or something like that. I said, "Well, my mom said that she would commit suicide if I became a devotee." He said, "Great. She'll die thinking of a devotee." And I was just, this maybe 18, just turned 18. So I said, "Okay, Prabhu," And I joined a little later, but I joined. No, she didn't commit. Matter of fact, she passed away in Vrindavan Dham. My mom passed away in Vrindavan many years later. It all changed when I was no longer a brahmachari and got married. And so that's the next connection with Maharaj. So let me see if there's something else I wanted to say. Oh, yes. So then another day he sat me down, and he was very sober. And he said, "I've decided I'm leaving Ann Arbor and I'm moving to San Diego." And he was my anchor. He was my, alpha and omega. He was really everything to me in my Krishna consciousness. But he said, "Krishna will take care of you. Krishna always takes care of his devotees. Krishna takes care." And the amazing thing is, so many of us in our sojourn as devotees go here and there. He stayed in San Diego from that day, serving for the rest of his life. It's quite amazing. But I remember that day very well when he called me into his room. So then fast forward 10 years later, and I was a brahmachari for 10 years, and then I was thinking of getting married, and I said, "Well, who can I talk to about this?" So I called Badri Narayan Prabhu at that time, Maharaj, and he was very, very kind, and he said, "I'll pay for your flight. You come out to San Diego. I have someone in mind for you." Yeah. So and so my wife, who's now my wife at that time, she joined in San Diego. And so he was her temple president. As a matter of fact, he taught Neela in Gurukul. She was in charge of the Gurukul there. And so he arranged my marriage. He introduced me to my future wife, my wife. And I was meant to stay in San Diego and serve there. And so he was thinking he was getting a person to serve there, and his wife, this devotee, Ananda Mayi at that time was her name, she would have a peaceful situation in San Diego. But, the Lord had another plan. I came to Vrindavan in 1987 to go to the first VIHE, and I just got overwhelmed with being in Vrindavan and overwhelmed with Burijan Prabhu's association. I just decided I really have to, and he needed help with the VIHE, so I decided I really want to serve him. So what to do? I started, as we call in ISKCON, associating with my future wife in San Diego, and then I came to Vrindavan, and Maharaj is expecting, Badri Narayan Maharaj is expecting me to be a full-time devotee in San Diego. So I go back to my mom in New York. I was just staying there for a few days, and I dreaded this phone call. I really dreaded this phone call, to call Badri Narayan Maharaj and say, yes, I want to marry this person, but I'm going to take her to Vrindavan. Because, in the 80s, it's not that the temple president owned the devotees, but, and she was very surrendered. She wouldn't have gone to Vrindavan without his blessings. Definitely he was her authority. And so I was calling him and asking him, and he said, let me think about it. And he called me back the next day. And I was, nervous as anything. Because I felt maybe he's going to think he got changed up, as we used to say in ISKCON, or I lied to him, like that. And he said, and she was the #1 collector and also in charge of the Gurukul. Kripa Mayi had left there. She was in charge before, and then my wife took over. And so it's a big loss. And he said, I thought about it overnight, and I think the most important thing is her Krishna consciousness and your Krishna consciousness. So yes, she can go to Vrindavan. So that was rare. That was super rare in the 1980s. Punch, you wouldn't have done that as temple. No, I'm joking. So that's why I say, literally, I wouldn't have joined Krishna consciousness if it wasn't for him. And, I'm married for 36 years to the same person. Because of Maharaj. So over the years, every time I would meet him, I would thank him. I would say, you brought me to, thank you so much. And he would always say the same thing. Inevitably, he said, you came pre-packaged. I just got out of the way. But that's not the reality. The reality is totally different. That he gave me tremendous encouragement, and his conviction really is something that I'm ever indebted to. So now some of the devotees bring up the GBC meetings. I was often facilitating them. And so he would come up to me many times in the beginning of the meetings and say, I'm going to offer you a preemptive forgive me for my offenses. Like that. So I'm so indebted to His Holiness Badri Narayan Maharaj. And just very briefly, His Grace Gopal Bhatta Prabhu really wanted to be here today. Shiva Maharaj knows that. But he couldn't make it. But I was talking to him about His Holiness Badri Narayan Maharaj, and he was quite distraught by his loss, and he was just remembering again and again how in his service to Srila Prabhupada, especially with the GBC, that Badri Narayan Maharaj was such a solid, was always supporting him, encouraging him, and I knew if he was here today, he would have spoken very nicely about His Holiness. Badri Narayan Maharaj. Sripad Badri Narayan Maharaj ki jai.
Thank you very much, Prabhu. Now we're going to hear from Devaki Nandan Prabhu, and then Janardhan Maharaj after that.
ओम अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुर्जनमिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्येव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। His Holiness Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj ki jai. Of course, my association with Maharaj from over 2 decades. Mostly whenever he came to India, whether he came Bombay or during GBC meeting, I didn't have very, loving exchange, mostly in GBC meeting, and I used to get chastised because I used to represent India side and he will see globally. But he will make up always. Always he calls me and then he will explain things. So that was, very sweet. And as many had said, he was, he had nothing to hide. A very open book, straightforward. Whatever you want to say, he will say, whether you like or not. And he will say and he will walk out. He will not stand there to hear your reply or anything. He will walk out. One story I remember when I appointed temple president here in Vrindavan in 2002, near account office, he was going from that side, here MBT side, I was coming from, I also had a house in MBT, I was coming. So I was appointed to clean things here, different, some mess were there. So he asked me, how are things going? So when I was telling, and I said, Maharaj, too much problem. Then literally he just spat here, he said, you are thinking only about yourself, too much problem. You are not thinking of Prabhupada and Vrindavan. Vrindavan is the heart of our moment. Think of Vrindavan. And that kind of, I wake up, yes, he trying to say something. And and we serve together on many committee, such as Succession Committee, ORCDEB. And Prahlad Maharaj, myself and Maharaj, we used to sit. Many times he said, write to me. And many times Prahlad Maharaj than him in GBC meeting. And if any opportunity he will get, especially when it will come budget side, he will pinch me. And he will say, as a minister, where is the money? Where is the money? So I said, Maharaj, I will only teach how to get money. I will not give the money. So, many other good quality I saw in Maharaj, that whenever I offer obeisance, he always returned back. Offer obeisance. Even in bad health, I was saying, no Maharaj, no Maharaj, no Maharaj. But still, we used to stay next door in Conch building, almost. So we bump each other together. And he is so humility personified, I will say. We go up to the lift, he will ask me to go in lift. I said, no Maharaj, you go. Then he will push me. I said, you go. Sometime he had a bag. Most of the time he had the bag always with him. And many a time I tried to take the bag. He said, no, this is my bag. He will not allow anybody to do any service for him. I remember once in Los Angeles, it was Sunday feast, and we all were standing in the queue to take prasadam. So I was ahead, and he was behind, and I looked, then he was behind. And he had his own plate. In India, we serve sannyasi. They don't have to go in the queue for prasadam. So first I said, Maharaj, I'll make your plate. He said, no, you stand there. You stand there and make your plate. But after making plate, let us sit down and talk. So we sit down and talk. So I mean, all these quality, when I remember, it really, gives me a strength that how to be self-independent, not dependent on anybody else. His dependence was only on Prabhupada and Krishna. Other thing I also saw that he was a person who did 4 things at a time. Many a time, during lunch break of GBC meeting, he will go and take nap, he will sleep. And then during GBC meeting, he will eat. So he has a plate, a spoon, and I try to serve sometimes. He said, no. He will not allow. And then he will take prasadam, he will hear what is going on in meeting, he will make a note during that time, and as Sri Ram Swami or somebody said, in between he will say, I have point of information I want to say. So 4 things at a time I saw him doing. I'll just tell the last one. I had some problem, seen a splint. I have some splint here from last 3 months. So during our Gayatri break, Maharaj came from washroom. No, I was coming from washroom, and I have this stick, what called cane, scratcher, yeah, walking stick. And he hold me. Other day when I met, his daughter, they came to my house for breakfast when she and her brother were there. So we were talking, and she hold me, and I felt this is Badri Narayan Maharaj holding me. The way she hold me, the same way as Maharaj used to hold. And he hold me, he said, young man, what is the problem? And when I said I have, some fracture, really he took interest to know all detail about the fracture. How it happened, will it be cured or not. Everything I said in my offering, I wrote, he asked me, so cordial he was, very lovingly he was asking. And, then he asked me, how old are you? I said, 67. Then on my legs, I said, you're a young boy. You're a young boy. He said, I am 74. Still I am going. And not only that, he said, with all possible disease I have. My toe is cut, I have high blood pressure, and this one, that one. And then I said, Maharaj, you are embodiment of the philosophy that I am not this body, but I am a spirit soul, just like Bhishma Pitama. Then he laughed. He said, Hare Krishna. He walked away. And then again he came back. He said, how is Pancharatna in Jaipur? I said, he is doing good, Maharaj. Then he said, I want to visit Rajasthan. This trip. He said, I want to visit Rajasthan. I said, can I do anything? He said, no, I know. I just want to go Jaipur. And that was his desire. So one day before I left Mayapur, I asked my boy from Bareilly. He always serves Maharaj. And whenever Maharaj comes to Mayapur, so I asked him if I can meet Maharaj. And he went inside and asked, but Maharaj was not too well. He said, he's not too well. So I just feel that I couldn't meet Maharaj. And when I heard that he no more, he passed away. Although it is a glorious death, that he passed away on Ekadasi. It was eve of Ekadasi. For us, Ekadasi was next day, but as Smartha Brahman, Ekadasi they started. So he passed away on Ekadasi one way, and in Sridham Vrindavan. So that gives conviction to us that if we are here to serve Srila Prabhupada with every possible way. Srila Prabhupada will make our journey back home to Vrindavan. This is the place where from we can go back home to Godhead to serve with Srila Prabhupada wherever he is. His Holiness Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj ki jai. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you very much to Bhaktinandan Prabhu. Now we're going to hear from our very own Janardhan Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Namaong Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pistai Bhutale Shrimate Badri Narayan Swami iti namine. Namaong Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pistai Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesa Shunyavadi Pastachadesatarini. Like to read a passage from the Bhagavad Gita as it is. This is about the attaining the Supreme chapter. Chapter 8, text 24. Agnir jyotir ahaḥ śuklaḥ ṣaṇ-māsā uttarāyaṇam tatra prayātā gacchanti brahma-vido janāḥ. Translation and part of the purport from Srila Prabhupada. And I will also read one of the sentences from previous sloka, text 23. Those who know the Supreme Brahman attain that Supreme by passing away from the world during the influence by the fiery God in the light at an auspicious moment of the day, during the fortnight of the waxing moon, or during the 6 months when the sun travels in the north. Purport, part of it. Mystics who are advanced in yoga practice can arrange the time and place to leave the body. Others have no control. If by accident they live at an auspicious moment, then they will not return to the cycle of birth and death. But otherwise, there is every possibility that they will have to return. However, for the pure devotee of Krishna consciousness, there is no fear of returning, whether he leaves the body at an auspicious or inauspicious moment, by accident or arrangement. Then the purport, part of it from previous verse. The unalloyed devotees of the Supreme Lord, who are totally surrendered souls, do not care whether they leave their bodies by what method. They leave everything in Krishna's hands, so easily and happily return to Godhead. This part of the Bhagavad Gita clearly defines the passing away of Srila Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj. When the sun going towards north, the yogi or a bhakta can very for sure understood that when one leaves that body, he goes back home, back to Godhead. As we were hearing from his godbrothers, Srila Prabhupada's disciples, that Srila Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj was such an exemplary disciple. This memorial gathering that we are having today, it is not just meant for lamentation. This is a very sacred moment for all of us to remember such an exalted personality who had chosen himself to live in Sri Vrindavan Dham. I remember seeing Maharaj in Mayapur. He would stand during the Mangal Artik time near that post in front of Lord Nisinghadev. Very humble, very simple, that even if one goes, someone will go in front of him, he will not say one word. And I will say, Prabhu, please. And then he will look, oh, that's Maharaj. Such humility. Actually, one who is mature in bhakti, or the one who becomes more and more mature in bhakti, humility goes deeper and deeper. And I know that Maharaj will be coming to Vrindavan because this is his routine. After Shida Mayapur, he will come to Vrindavan. And I would like to thank my god brother who took care of him all the way through, even many years ago, because our Guru Maharaj, Srila Gopal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, and His Holiness Srila Badri Narayan Maharaj, they're like this. That he really wanted to take care of Maharaj because he was sick a couple of years ago, and he gave his disciple Abhainam to take care of Maharaj. Usually, even at 9 o'clock, I will answer the phone. And somehow, I don't want to answer the phone. At the time when Maharaj passed away, I says, no, I'm going to sleep now. Second time it happened, I says, no, I'm not going to answer this phone. I'm going to take rest. Then, third time, I said, I better answer this call. And Abhainam Prabhu was like in shock. He doesn't know what to do. And he told me that I came back and I tried to wake up Maharaj, but he's not budging. So I told him I will call him back. Then immediately I called Panchagoda Prabhu. There were two devotees whom Abhainam Prabhu called immediately. And when Panchagoda Prabhu, I told him that what shall we do? And he says he already called Jainitai and one more devotee, Ravi Lochan, to figure out the process, how we can take care of Maharaj's body. Actually, I was giving a class that day, and the topic is about tonic, rasayan, tonic. And I asked Maharaj, can you please say something? He says, what can I say? But he told the story of Srila Prabhupada knowing what is the tonic. Someone asked him, what is the tonic for becoming successful in Krishna consciousness? And Maharaj says, according to Srila Prabhupada, I know the tonic, hearing and chanting. Hearing attentively and chanting attentively and reading Srila Prabhupada's books, but I just don't know the combination yet. Actually, he says, I just don't know the combination. And then I told Maharaj, Maharaj, you're a living example of who is relishing that tonic. Maharaj says, I am still alive. That was his reply. But I am tasting the chanting of the holy name of the Lord. The chanting is very sweet. He mentioned that. So actually, he was supposed to give class on the 2nd March, the day before Gaur Purnima. But then he insisted, I want to give class on Monday, Chaitanya Charitamrita class. So I told Krishna Kumar Prabhu, we're arranging the classes. Okay, we will ask again Maharaj to give the class. That was his last message for all the devotees of ISKCON. It was such a powerful message. His passing away will remind us of Prabhupada's teachings for all of us. Today is like we are renewing our being disciples of Srila Prabhupada and grand disciples of Srila Prabhupada. To chant the holy name of the Lord, to have a strong sadhana, association, very much needed, and ask, what can we do for ISKCON? I was giving that class. It's like, was that Martin Luther King? He was asking that question. What's that question? Ask not what you want to do, but ask. Oh, Sal Kennedy, what is it? Ask not what your country can do for you, but ask what you can do for. So we do that for ISKCON. We do that for ISKCON now. Maharaj is such a great warrior that we should follow in his footsteps. It's rare to meet and have association of such great personalities. So today I pray somehow or other that His Holiness Badri Narayan Swami, and for all of us, to be given that strength to protect ISKCON. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Maharaj. Now we're going to hear from Lokanath Maharaj, and then we'll hear from Nagapatni Mataji. He was fearless defender of Prabhupada and Prabhupada's ISKCON.
My obeisances unto all the assembled Vaishnavas, especially unto Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj's lotus feet. I was just thinking, by now he has a lotus feet. So vancha kalpatarubheshu kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam bhavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. I'm going to say a few things from the heart. I don't have much brain. As Badri Narayan Maharaj was a brainy, he was a brainy, scholarly and whatnot, courageous, and I'm kind of opposite, other kind of extreme. But that makes our family more complete also. This statement is a short one from Maharaj. I found this on the internet. It is making rounds. I thought I would share this with you. I am an old man. This is Badri Narayan Maharaj saying. I'm not in good health. No one knows how long I will last. I have given my entire life as much as I have the ability to Prabhupada's ISKCON, and that makes me happy. What a profound statement. Especially what is to be underlined is, that makes me happy. In such a happy state, Maharaj departed. All is well that ends well. That's what we hear from you devotees, my God brothers. What an ending. What a wonderful ending. I mean, the kind of reports of Maharaj's health that I was receiving from Tukaram, my disciple in California, who works very closely with Badri Narayan Maharaj. I thought he would not make it to Mayapur festival this year. But I was surprised to see him in Mayapur and attending all the GBC meetings as usual. With all the dynamism and all the, Maharaj had been dominating the field of management in ISKCON, the top management, for past 20, 30, 40 years. He was a dominant personality and figure, and he had a voice. And he would say things with conviction, and he would stick to it. Sometimes those things would sound harsh and or heartless. But that was not only thing that Maharaj was. He had a very kind heart also. He was a very kind-hearted person. Kind, considerate, and all that. We have experienced this in our own life also, my life. And then Maharaj also gave class in Mayapur. He ended up giving one class here in Vrindavan. I strongly recommend that we hear Maharaj's class, especially the last class that Maharaj gave, which I, happened to hear after Maharaj's departure, but I think this departure, going back to Krishna, was very much on his mind, and the way he spoke was like that was his last message or communication for the ISKCON devotees worldwide, or his followers, his disciples, and everyone. please make a point to listen to that class of Maharaj, given right here. I'm sure right here he was sitting. Yeah, during Mayapur, one day, Maharaj was going for attend GBC meeting. In the lift, he was going up. So we pressed the button and we kind of stopped him on the way. He was going up. But as I also boarded the flight or the lift, well, someone pressed the button and the lift was going down. And Maharaj, hey, we are going down. I kind of said to Maharaj, being with you, Maharaj, no one goes down. They only go up. She kind of said, just, what are you talking? In his humility, but. And then he comes here to Vrindavan Dham ki jai and stayed busy, including I was told he did shopping for Radha Giridhari gift shop. He was going around and doing the shopping in such a state of health. And then, I know, he goes for darshan of Sri Ranganath, which is Krishna in the town. And after his return, he was feeling, you know all these things, he was feeling exhausted, he was resting, and peacefully, he departed, taking rest or residing in Vrindavan eternally. Heno Prabhu Kotha Gela Badri Narayan Thakur. As is the song of Narottam Das Thakur. Where has he gone? Where has this one gone, that one gone, that one gone, that one gone? You know, this whole list in that song. So we could add another name. Where has Badri Narayan Maharaj Thakur gone? And of course, we know the answer also. But the point being is what is the most distressful thing Rai Ramanand was asked by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Rai Ramanand and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dialogue. What is the most distressful thing? And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, separation from the devotee. Separation from the devotee is most distressful thing to experience. So, departure is supposed to be departure of a Vaishnava. Vaishnava like Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj. Supposed to mix bag or mix feeling called a harsha and shok. Harsha a joyous occasion. Well, where has he gone? He has gone back to Krishna. He has gone to Prabhupada. So it's time for celebration. He has gone back to Prabhupada, gone back to Krishna. There's every reason for us to be happy and joyous. At the same time, well, we are this death business must be a real thing, right? It's a real thing. We cannot associate with him anymore or have dealings to chastise or Devaki Nandan Prabhu or someone else, or appreciate even other Vaishnavas. A lot of times during Mayapur meetings and morning program, that was another thing. Maharaj was very exemplary. So for the morning program is concerned, he was a staunch follower of the morning program. Not only in Mayapur, I had seen that in San Diego temple during my visits. Oh, Maharaj also, I remember the hospitality, the greetings, and the morning program attendance, and Maharaj always being busy. I never ever saw him just sitting around and doing nothing, or what we call spaced out. It was not known to him being spaced out. Was always busy. Physically, mentally, vocally, was always busy. While in San Diego, even he's wandering around, going around, well, he also liked gardening, as we heard from Anusuya. Mataji, that was one of his hobbies. So even going around by himself, he would always sing, Hare Krishna, Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Always he would utter something. I noticed that many times. He would not just space down and just... So we have lost his personal association. I also was there. When Shivram Maharaj gave sannyas to Badri Narayan Prabhu in the courtyard of Radha Madhav in the front, it was a small ceremony. Not many in attendance. Anyway, for whatever reason, it was arranged like that. But I was there to witness, and I was very happy and proud to be there. And especially what I liked, that I liked was, add Swami to your name. So he was Badri Narayan, and Swami was added to his name. That is what Srila Prabhupada had done to me and Sridhar and Prithu Putra right here in Prabhupada's, we got the names in Prabhupada's quarter. We were curious to know what would be our name, maybe some fancy name or bhakti, anyway, I'm not against, but just what Prabhupada followed was, he said to us, add Swami to your name. So that is what happened. Shivram Maharaj, add Swami to your name. And that was a nice part. I don't know at what point, but he started traveling to Burma, Myanmar. And here's some special Srivas, I think Srivas, regional zonal supervisor of the country, Burma, which is not far from, it's a border, India, Burma has a border. So he had been making a point to go there year after year after, I think just around Mayapur meetings he would go and travel around and give association to the devotees, Srivas Prabhu. And I was just there a few months ago, and I found how much appreciative they were of Badri Narayan Maharaj's visit of and touring Burma, Myanmar. Great appreciation. So we have lost the physical association, and for that reason, all that we could do is, well, cry and suffer and be distressful, a shoka, the lamentation. But then again, I was thinking, I suppose this is Krishna consciousness. Why would I? Here is Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj, whatever he was when he was born, in California, a person from, a citizen of, and here I am from India, Indian village, and we have developed this bond of love and affection which surpasses my loving some kind of bonds or relationship with my brothers and sisters, blood brothers, sisters, and others. I do not, well, I do care, but not as much as I care for my relationship with my god brothers and god sisters and Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj. Where is this coming from? We're kind of unknown to each other, and something happened, and here you go. That you're feeling a big loss of this personality in your life. In English we say God brothers. We are all God brothers, God sisters. But in Hindi we say Guru Bhrata, Guru Bhai or Guru Bhrata. We are God brothers, means God is in the center and we are his children, and then we are brothers. But this Guru Bhrata, Guru Bhai is yet another dimension. Or in fact, that has become the cause. Prabhupada in the center, and we all his children, and now even grandchildren. So Prabhupada has revived our Krishna consciousness and as a result of a loving relationships between the devotees. So I'm very thankful to Radha Giridhari, Krishna Balram, especially Srila Prabhupada for giving me I mean, I left behind 3 brothers and 1 sister. But in exchange, I had 5,000. No loss, right? I only gained 5,000 brothers and sisters. So I'm very, very proud and happy that Prabhupada gave me also Badri Narayan Maharaj as my brother, and I really love and will cherish my relationship with him. Gaur Premanande. Hari Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Maharaj. Now we're going to hear from Nagapati Mataji, and then Sankarshan Prabhu, and we have about another 4 of his godbrothers and godsisters, and then we have about 4 or 5 of his disciples that will be speaking as well.
Vanchakalpatarvishya kripasindu bhayavacha patitanam bhavanevyo vaishnavevyo namo namaha. When I first joined the temple, it was in Laguna Beach. Actually, at that time, so many devotees were joining from Laguna Beach that Srila Prabhupada said it was a portal for fallen yogis. And one of the first programs I went on was to a high school. And after the program, we were followed by these 2 young boys. One was very short, his name is now Shruti, and the other one was very tall and lanky, and his name was His Holiness Badri Narayan Maharaj. And I was struck at that moment about how enthusiastic he was to hear about Krishna consciousness. He seemed to have an endless amount of questions. And he had this intensity like an arrow being shot. He had a goal and he was going for it. And it was shortly after he graduated from high school that he came to the LA temple, where he immediately started taking care of Tulsi Devi. So that's where his love for gardening came from. He had this affection for Srimati Tulsi Devi. But the significant thing about His Holiness was that he wasn't a narcissist. He was very serious about spreading Krishna consciousness and about following Srila Prabhupada's instructions. And because of that, he rose to a very prominent position, and it was never about himself. And his humility always showed brightly. One of the things I really appreciated about Maharaj was his questions after a class. After a class, he would ask a question that would bring out a important point of one of Srila Prabhupada's purports. And he would ask in such a way, and he would continue to ask that question until somebody brought out the true purport. So I'm going to miss his classes very much. And one of the things he said in his last class, he said, there's so many things that are wrong with this body, I could leave at any minute. And I was thinking, even if we don't think we have so many things wrong with our bodies, we could leave at any moment. So he had that mindset. And because of that, he was very Krishna conscious. So thank you. Hare Krishna. All glories to His Holiness, Badri Narayan.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Mataji. Now we'll hear from Sankarshan Prabhu. The last 2 days he was here, staying at MVT. I was coming, I guess, around 10:30 in the morning, 2 days in a row, and he was getting into the rickshaw. And of course, just getting into the rickshaw wasn't easy, and I'm thinking, where's he going? Like anyone could do what he needs, but he was going to Lowy Bazaar to buy items for the deities, which he was doing himself. So when I found that out, I thought, what a wonderful person.
So, who am I to speak in front of all these exalted Vaishnavas? I'm just a little flea in a herd of elephants. But I am actually considering, I'm very fortunate I was. Extremely good fortune I had. Just the other day, I was sitting there, there was two chairs in front of Gauranga. One was Sankarshan Das Adhikar, and the other was Badri Narayan Maharaj, sitting side by side. And I said, "Oh Maharaj, I'm blessed by your Sangha." And he said, "Where's your wife?" "Well, she's around here somewhere." And then a day or two later, I heard the announcement from Janāḥ Maharaj that he left his body. I couldn't believe it. I said, "Did you say Badri Narayan?" He said, "Yes." And he said, like a dart piercing my heart. It was so heavy, I couldn't believe it. So it's a very important thing that we're in the proper mood, feeling that pain of separation. The devotees sang the bhajan. I'm going to read the translation now. Narottam Das says, "Bless us with this wonderful instruction, what you should feel when a Vaishnava departs. He who brought the treasure of divine love and who was filled with compassion and mercy, where is such a personality as Srinivasacharya gone? Where are my Rupa Damodar and Rupa Goswami? Where is Sanatan? Where is Bhagavath Das, the Savior of the fallen? Where are Bhagavath Bhatta and Gopal Bhatta? And where is Krishna Das Kaviraj? Where did my Lord Gauranga, the great dancer, suddenly go? I will smash my head against the rock and enter into the fire. Where will I find Lord Gauranga, the reservoir of all wonderful qualities? Being able to attain the association of Lord Gauranga, accompanied by all these devotees in whose association he performed his pastimes, and Narottam Das simply weeps. Being able to attain the association of His Holiness Badri Narayan Maharaj, Sankarshan Das simply weeps. I was sitting there the other day, his body was in front of the samadhi, and I was thinking, this is going to happen to all of us. We'll all be sitting there. It's one of them, all of us. And I was thinking, someday, will be the most horrible day when the very last disciple of Prabhupada will be laying there in front of the samadhi. What a crushing blow it will be for this movement. Now we have the association of so many wonderful God brothers, God sisters, who will have that personal association with Prabhupada, and then we can feel such a strong connection with Srila Prabhupada, and when they are gone, what will be the fate, you see? So we have to learn how to obtain that association. By this weeping, actually, this mood of lamentation, smashing the head against the rock mood, we can feel Prabhupada is with us right now, and all these great Vaishnavas, they're still with us right now. Thank you very much.
Hare Krishna, thank you very much, Sankarshan Prabhu. Now Mukunda Dutt Prabhu will be speaking. And then Nihari and your wife, and then
Om Jnana-timirandhasya Jnananjana-shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah Vansha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripasindhubhyayascha Paritaram Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Badri Narayan Maharaj was one of those persons who illustrates the difference between what it means to be meek and what it means to be humble. He had a kind of humility that was hard to appreciate sometimes very easy to appreciate. But he had such a deep, deep humility. And I think of, when I hear of devotees like His Holiness, I think of Prabhupada's statement that The GBC is meant to be the watchdog of this movement. Definitely that was his mood. Servant, he just embodied Dasya Bhava with regards to ISKCON, Prabhupada's legacy and his responsibility within it. Tireless worker and at the same time very compassionate Vaishnava. How do you mix these qualities that somebody could fight so hard? You do not want to fight with someone like Badri Narayan Swami. But at the same time, such a soft heart. It's very, very rare qualification, but it's a very powerful combination, especially in leaders. Well, that's why these people are leaders. But I think when we remember devotees like him, that, what Hitopadesh tells us, that a true friend is like a coconut. A coconut may have a very rough, harsh exterior, but very soft and sweet inside. Definitely he was like that. And someone mentioned that he had empathy, very empathetic person. Krishna says in chapter 6 of Bhagavad Gita that Atma Upamya is the qualification of what he considers to be the best of yogis. Maybe that's the cause of his really deep humility, but he embodied that as well. Very sensitive, very personal, highly personal way that he had. I had so many interactions with him that I remember and fondly, and fortunately I was never on his bad side, but I know that he could fight, and we appreciate that so much about him, that we had leaders like him in whom we could place our faith and our confidence that he would guide the movement as Prabhupada would guide it, that he would protect the movement from the kinds of threats that are constant in this world, and that he could do so with such consideration and, as I said, humility, empathy, kindness, really soft-hearted person, and very, very pleasing to be with, of course, jovial all the time. When I heard his class, as soon as I heard his final class here in Vrindavan, I immediately forwarded it to many, many devotees because it was such a powerful delivery and just so expressive of who he was and what he was capable of communicating. Really, really recommend that you hear that again or hear it for the first time if you haven't heard it. Very, very powerful delivery of uncompromising absolute truth, but really, really expressed very well. We're going to miss him. Now we will not have that association anymore, but we're so, so thankful that Krishna arranged for him to leave the way he did. He led a glorious life, and he had a glorious death. And I don't know what more you can hope for here in Vrindavan Dham. Kind of like Gopi Paranadhana Prabhu, whom I was also close with. He wasn't really planning to be here. Only one day he had come to Govardhan, and then that night he died. The next day he was due to fly out to China or Moscow or something like that. So Badri Narayan Maharaj, Krishna had marked him. Krishna knew his time. Krishna has a plan for him. And Krishna is always taking care of all of us, but especially someone of his character, especially someone who surrendered so much. Krishna arranged that he could have the best possible death by leaving this world in Vrindavan, going back to Godhead, to resume his incomparable service to the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. His Holiness Badri Narayan Maharaj ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Prabhu. Now we hear from Nrihari Prabhu, and then his wife Baba Tarini, then Jagat Tarini.
Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschachate Satarine Agyanati Mirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshuru Militanyena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. I'm very thankful and honored that among all these great personalities and dear God brothers that I'm able to do honor to such a Vaishnava. It is says that when Vaishnavas are born, nobody really knows what they're going to do. But it's actually when they disappear that all the qualities are mentioned. And so today I'm gaining even bigger appreciation for His Holiness Badri Narayan Maharaj. I knew him actually when he came first to San Diego. That was the temple that I first served in US. And now I find out we had at least two loves in common, Srila Prabhupada and Radha Giridhari. I used to travel actually even to Mexico to procure paraphernalia for the deity, pure silver, and like that. Then actually I joined Maharaj's, Gargamuni Maharaj at that time, collecting party. And so I left San Diego and ended up being here in Vrindavan. So these two places are very dear to me. One is when I first met Srila Prabhupada. With my sister, we were introduced in 1973 to Srila Prabhupada. I had first initiation. And after this, traveling from Germany all the way to collecting America and then traveling here, and then going to Mayapur, I came back and stayed here, and I never wanted to leave. So I just remember one lecture that Srila Maharaj gave. He was so smart, so clever, but I loved his humor. And in that lecture, he had memorized all the jokes and witty humor of Srila Prabhupada. He gave like about 20 minutes dissertation on Prabhupada's side that, yes, some of us know, not everybody knows. So now I'm discovering that we have also some common Ishtadev, Nrisinghadev. We have also a medallion that Vatrini was given to when she had that accident. And Srila Prabhupada gave me the name Nariharidas. And also his love of, I hear now his love of gardening and his connection to Tulsi. But yeah, one time actually he was in Honolulu and His Holiness was in Honolulu and visiting. And he looked at me and he said, I'm going to quote a gangster. He said, old age is not for wimps. And we were both laughing. And I heard, he was a very good expert manager, and manager's kshatriya position is like that, is sometimes have to be harsh. You have to make decisions like Panchagora was saying, it's like, come out, it's pretty much has to be black and white. So I had a project that did several projects that brought some money. It's not true, it's quite a lot of money. And I had an idea with my wife actually about cow protection. It would have been a great platform to showcase Krishna consciousness. At that time, we procured a very famous lawyer for the Mormons in Hawaii, and he said, "You have a gold mine." So we had found 2,000 acres, and there were about 2,000 milk cows. And I'll make a story short, the dairy, which is an infernal dairy, was closed down, and now the cows were being sent into slaughterhouses. So with Bhattarini, pretty much diligently, she procured homes for over 500 cows. Anyhow, we also got the loan, quite a lot of money to procure all the equipment. And so I saw His Holiness in Honolulu, and I brought the idea to him. And he looked at me and said, "Well, you served all your life, over 50 years, now it's time for you to relax on these projects and dedicate more to bhajan, to chanting, and retire." I was surprised, and he was very busy. Many people accosted him. He was doing a really short visit to Honolulu, and I sort of did a little schedule of what would it take, or some draft of what it would take to come with conclude this project. But he didn't quite get it. There were so many devotees wanted to talk to him. So he said, "I don't personally have any money." I said, "Maharaj, we have the money. It's no problem. We procure it all." But anyhow, he then said, "Yeah, no, now you serve so long." And I saw that what had been mentioned here, he's caring. He was very personal. He said, "Now you have served so long," and like Prabhupada said to Rameshwar Prabhu, Rameshwar said, "Oh, look how many," in showing the DVT, and he said, "Prabhupada, now look how the wisdom, your books are distributed, we're saving the humanity." But Prabhupada said, "Save yourself first." And so I saw in His Holiness this personal care about me, my little insignificant me. And then as he was exiting, I saw another aspect. He's so soft and advanced. I said, "Actually, isn't it about crying and separation?" I said, "Yes, Maharaj." So, like I said, our connection, I think one time, as he was coming to San Diego, I think we had a conversation on the phone, and he was telling me what type of car, and we were talking about what's best, how sturdy cars, and he was going to drive all the way from Ann Arbor to San Diego. I don't know if he arrived that way or not. And then, that was we met sporadically through the years, but he had a strong impression. But that aspect of that caring and that softness, I had never seen before. So he completed today, thanks to my god brothers and god sister, my picture is being completed. So all glories to His Grace, Badri Narayan Maharaj, and his great service he had done for Srila Prabhupada and humanity actually at large. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Nrihari Prabhu. Now we'll hear from his good wife, Bhattarini Mataji.
Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharane Nevesesha Sunyavadi Paschacha Deshatarane. So I had a correspondence with Badri Narayan in 1971, and I never met him until 1982. So the background is at that time, Tulsi Devi was new in the United States. First, some seeds were planted in Hawaii, and they were successful, and there was a lot of Tulsi already growing in Hawaii, but no one could grow her in the mainland of the United States. I don't know if you're familiar, but Hawaii's about 3,000 miles from California with the ocean between it, and I was in Atlanta, Georgia, which is another 3,000 miles away. So at first, one of Prabhupada's disciples got some Tulsi plants somehow, maybe someone flew with them, and she cloned them and sent cuttings to all the temples, and all the cuttings arrived dead. And somehow or other, they grew a few plants in New Vrindavan. And this was the spring of '71. So they brought some plants to the Atlanta temple where I was, and there weren't very many devotees, so I was designated as the Tulsi care. I didn't have any qualifications. And then my plants were so healthy that I got the reputation as being the best Tulsi pujari in the whole movement. Of course, there weren't very many of them. And Kirtananda was visiting the Atlanta temple, and he said, "Do you have any questions about taking care of Tulsi? I'll ask Srila Prabhupada." So he wrote Prabhupada a few times, and I was allowed to ask questions, so I asked, can we prune Tulsi? And he said, no, but you can cut the leaves down 2 sets of leaves, and if she dies or if she has dying branches or diseased branches, you can remove them. And I asked, how do we fertilize her? And he said, cow manure. And then I asked, if she has a disease, can I get guidance from a non-devotee professional or expert? And he said, yes. So those are the only instructions I had, and then somehow or other I was successful. So I got a letter from Ann Arbor. I think he might have been initiated, from Badri Narayan Prabhu, and he was presenting himself as a very new, inexperienced, humble devotee. A very nice, very wonderful letter, and he asked me for advice on taking care of Tulsi. And we had a correspondence, and I felt this is a very, as Lokanath Swami Maharaj was saying, we're not God's sister and God brother, we're Guru Bai, and Guru, I think Bien is Hindi for sister, or yeah. There was a very deep connection and a very Krishna-conscious relationship. And I didn't meet him until 1982. And I was surprised he even remembered, but I was the secretary to the temple president in LA at the time, and he had some dealings with the president, and he made a point to come tell me, I'm the one that was corresponding with you. So my first connection with him was as a humble gardener, And I always think of Srila Prabhupada as a transcendental gardener. So being a gardener is a very nice position to take. And I didn't see him again, and I heard some of his activities where people said he wasn't being nice to other people, and so I was thinking maybe he was harsh or something, but I never saw him. And then he came to the Honolulu temple, and immediately, not only was he the same person, very, he was showing a sweetness that seems to happen to devotees. They develop like a very sweet demeanor and love for Srila Prabhupada, which extends to their god sisters and god brothers, or Guru Bhai, Guru Bien. So the last meeting I had with him, I felt, well, maybe sometimes people aren't so nice in the, you know, but it seems like the more you chant, and also sometimes in dealings you have to be strong, and it can appear harsh. And I was thinking of him that he was like a rose, which has beauty, fragrance, and color, but it also has thorns. But the thorns are there to protect the beauty, the fragrance, and the color, and so it's like a good combination. So he will be missed, and like my husband was saying, when someone's birthday is celebrated, you don't know the whole story, you don't know all their glories, but when they leave us, then you can really glorify them and really understand them. And Srila Prabhupada told me once that the best place to come in the world is Mayapur and Vrindavan, because they're the best places to chant Hare Krishna and prepare to go back home, back to Godhead. And we all know that if someone leaves their body in Vrindavan, especially a disciple of Srila Prabhupada, the result is perfection. So many people try to come here so they can die in Vrindavan, and he had no intention of that. He was doing his preaching and coming to Vrindavan, and Krishna and Srila Prabhupada took him home. So all glories to Badri Narayan Maharaj. Thank you.
Jai, thank you. Hare Krishna. Now we hear from Jogarini Mataji. Yeah, he was very staunch ISKCON man. I got the opportunity just a year ago. I needed some help, and he was very happy to be there. And he wrote one letter to someone, and in the letter he said something that actually I'll never forget, because over the years I had different meetings with him, but in this one thing he said, and Shruta Kirti did like this, he said, and I respect him. And just hearing that from him was actually a very wonderful thing to hear.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. I didn't have too much personal association with Maharaj, but over the past few years I did have an opportunity to work with him to help improve the standard of one of the California temples that wasn't being managed very well. So we had quite a few phone calls back and forth and planning this and that, and I was kind of the liaison for his desires to try and see what I could do to motivate improvement there. And in the course of doing that, I experienced Maharaj's full-on big personality. And as everybody mentioned, he had these two sides to him. But myself being from New York originally, I found it very, very endearing. His personalness and his warmth actually just shined through. He would also come at Rath Yatra to work. My husband runs the question and answer booth in LA Rath Yatra, and Maharaj was very enthusiastic to come every year, and because he would be talking to new people. But God helped those people that were like troublesome, and I would be aghast at what he would say to them, but somehow or other, I mean, you know how Srila Prabhupada sometimes would do like that? He would say something that you'd think, oh, what are they going to think, you know? But still they didn't, because it came through that that he was their well-wisher. And similarly, I noticed that at Rath Yatra that the audience was taken in, they could understand his good intention. So he had this ability to exude warmth, even through harshness. But I did want to mention that Maharaj, although I didn't know personally, I know that what he had, his disease, diabetes, it causes a lot of pain. That's typically what happens when you have, you know, to the degree that Maharaj had it. So I've always looked at him as very brave. He never complained for himself. He would mention to others about the body and the problems in general, just to help them. But I've never known him to complain about his condition. Just push through. And the way he left us, for the past couple years, there have been discussions. I've been involved in some of these discussions in leadership about samadhis in ISKCON, the building of samadhis. Who gets them, how to determine what size they should be, where they should be put, how to maintain them in perpetuity, who's going to finance, all these things we've been discussing for 2 years. And when I heard Maharaj's desire to just simply, no fuss, no muss, just Mother Jamuna, just take me. I was so impressed. He's a hero. He's a Prabhupada man. He's a hero in this movement. And he's going to be really missed. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Jai Maharaj.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much. Now we have some of his disciples here, and we'll start out with his personal servant, Abhinam Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Om Jnanatimirandasya Jnananjanashalakya Chakshurmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripasindubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Hare Krishna. So, by the mercy of my spiritual master, I got the privilege of serving His Holiness Badri Narayan Maharaj since 2015. So I was instructed that every time Maharaj comes to India, so I'll be with him. So that was my priority seva. So whenever Maharaj will come to India, wherever he'll be in India, so I had to be at his service. So I'll focus only on the few last days, because we also have his disciples who are serving him. So they'll give more details on the personal dealings. So we came to Vrindavan on the 15th, and before that we were in Mayapur. There also Maharaj was very sick, but somehow on the 14th he was fully recovered. He was very in good shape. And the next day, we left Mayapur to come to Vrindavan. And he was like fully recovered. There was no problem, no health issue. And he was in a very pleasant mood because Vrindavan is a place where he can focus on his reading, on his sadhana. He could relax here. He liked to be here. So on the day, the 25th, one day before he left, so it was a normal day. He was in a very pleasant mood from the morning when we were coming to Mangalarti. He was in a very good mood. And we came, we had darshan, we had Mangalarti. When after the announcement, we went back to the room to chant. And he told me that today he will not go to Srimad Bhagavatam class. Because usually at that time he takes time to read, to do his sadhana and all. And it was about 7:30. He told me that to call the general manager of the MBT, because he wanted to meet him. So we called him, and Maharaj said he'll go personally to meet him. So Maharaj came down and went to meet him. And he personally went there, walked, and gave him a gift, a token of gratitude. And he told him that you survived the wrath of Badri Narayan Swami. Because there was some problem with the internet, so there was Maharaj just asked him some days back. But Maharaj was very, very grateful, very appreciative. Actually, like devotees were saying, sometimes it may come across that Maharaj is a little harsh, but in his heart, he has deep affection, deep love, respect, and gratitude for the devotees. And I could see that at various instances. For example, during one of the GBC meetings, so we were walking, and there was another devotee with whom he has like Prahlad and Maharaj was saying, two different truths, so different opinion. And they were having a heated conversation. But when that devotee left, Maharaj started to glorify that devotee. He said, this devotee has done a lot for Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada is very pleased with this devotee. Similarly, last week, there's this devotee who was coming from San Diego. He had to bring some Lakshmi for buying some silver paraphernalia for Radha Giridhari. So somehow, like his plan was a bit changing, so Maharaj was a bit upset with that. So he called him, or he sent some voice messages, and he was like chastising him, because Maharaj wanted to do that service very soon, very quickly. But after like talking to him, Maharaj would tell me that this devotee, he's a very nice devotee, and he has gone through a lot in life. So we can see like Maharaj, externally he may be chastising or whatever, but he had deep love and affection for the devotees. He really loved the devotees. And also like when Maharaj, he went to meet the general manager of the MBT, he told him that I wanted to give you this before I leave, but I prefer to give it to you now. It was like, now when I think about it, it's like kind of an indication like he knew what was going to happen. Even when I think about the class, like he was supposed to give on the 2nd, but he preponed it. Maybe he knew he was preparing. So on that day, like the 25th of February, he had his breakfast and I had mine. And Maharaj told me that you contact Gopal, the usual auto rickshaw wala, because he wanted to go to Loi Bazaar to get first class incense, rose and sandal incense for Radha Giridhari. So we can see like just like Raghav Pandit in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, who would travel far distances to get first class, coconut for Krishna. So similarly, Maharaj, he went to many places to find incense, but he was not satisfied, and he didn't stop there. He was looking for that. So he wanted to go to this new place that Mukundat Prabhu suggested, the head pujari. So at 2:30, we went to Loi Bazar, and we had to settle some bills at Ganga Prasad, and then Radha Ras Bihari Lal. Then Maharaj wanted to go to Ranganath temple because he wanted to get some South Indian styled lamps for the Lord. So we tried to find those in the shops in front of the temple, but we couldn't find. A shopkeeper told us we'll get that in Loi Bazar. Then Maharaj said, okay, I'll have darshan of Raghunath. So the driver, Gopal, he said that, Maharaj, it's preferable that we go through the back gate, because from the front gate you have to walk a lot. It's a long distance. But Maharaj said, no, to have darshan of the Supreme Lord is not cheap. We have to take some trouble. And Maharaj, he also said that he didn't want to be disrespectful to the deity by going by the back gate. And despite of the trouble, despite of the hardship, he walked to have the darshan of Ranganathji. And he told me midway that I don't think I'll be able to walk back, so call the driver and tell him to come to the back gate. So we had darshan, and Maharaj gave a donation there, like 1,000 rupees. Normally, Maharaj, he'll see the situation of the temple. If the temple is being well maintained, cleanliness is being well maintained, the seva is being well maintained, so he'll give donation like this. So on the way back, Maharaj was feeling very uncomfortable, and he was really exhausted, actually. And we were planning to go to MBT directly, but he said, no, we'll get the incense first. So we went to the incense place and got some samples from there. And then we went to MBT. Once at the apartment, Maharaj said that he will rest. So I asked him, what about Prasad, Maharaj? He said, I will not eat anything. When we were supposed to go to Govardhan Parikrama the next day, and we were planning to pack some prasad because we would be leaving at 6:30 in the morning. So I asked him, what should I pack, Maharaj? He said, I'll think about it tomorrow. So like Maharaj went to take rest, I went to have my prasad. And at night, like it was late night, maybe it was 11 or 12, and he called me and he said he wants some juice from the fridge. I gave him, and he went back to bed again. The next day, 26th of February, that was the day he went back to Krishna. So I woke up from Mangala Aarti and got ready, and I went to see Maharaj and saw that he was resting, so I preferred not to disturb him, and I went to chant in my room. At around 5 a.m., I went to check on him again and saw that he was still resting and he didn't seem so well. So I called the MBT manager and told him that we don't need the car, Maharaj will not go on the parikrama, maybe he'll go later. Later, in the morning, Maharaj, he woke up and walked to the kitchen to take some juice. So when I saw Maharaj walking, I just went and tried to help him in that. Then after that, he went to rest. And he rested during the whole day, but in between, like every 30 minutes or every 1 hour, he would be calling my name. And I would just go in the room and said, yes, Maharaj, I'm here. But he would not say anything. And in between, he will be also crying out Krishna's name, taking Krishna's name. So the thing is that during all these years of service, like our devotees, they have seen that also. Like we have seen Maharaj in worse conditions. He was not that that sick like us before, but and every time he would recover, he would somehow recover. But this time, that's why I'm really, really convinced that it's Krishna's plan. That because it was not that severe as per my experience. So in the evening, I went to have prasad. It was around 7 p.m. So I decided to pack. I checked on Maharaj first, like, okay, he was still, he was resting. And I checked on Maharaj when I went for prasad. I brought the prasad to the room. It was about 7:30. And again, I checked on Maharaj. He was still resting. And I took prasad. When at that time a devotee came to meet me, so I went to see him downstairs. And after that, like I came back at 8:30, and at that time I didn't check on Maharaj when I came out at 8:30. So I decided to take some rest. Like I had a different room, like in the same apartment, but when Maharaj is sick, I used to sleep just outside of his room on the kind of couch there. And I was intrigued that, okay, Maharaj has not been calling me for quite a long time. And it was around 9 p.m., so I went to check on Maharaj. And I called Maharaj, I said, Maharaj, and he was not responding. So I shook him a little bit gently, and he was not responding. So I was very confused and I was very scared actually, like something happened. But I still have the hope because I was thinking maybe his sugar crashed, so something can be made, can be done. So there was this devotee who came from San Diego. He was on the stairs. I called him. I said, something is wrong with Maharaj. I need your help. So he came and checked for the pulse. He said that there was no pulse. But I was still hopeful. I said, I'll get a doctor. So I went to the reception at the MVT, and I asked them for the phone number of a doctor. So when I was calling, nobody was picking up. Then I called, like Janardhan Maharaj was telling, so I called him several times. And then I called Panchagora Prabhu. He told me that, okay, he'll be sending 2 devotees there. Eventually, the devotees came, and one of them was a doctor. So he checked, and he said, okay, Maharaj left. So my experience was like, I cherish and relish each and every second that I spent with Maharaj, because Maharaj was very merciful. He was extremely merciful. He didn't it was not like he discriminated, okay, this is not my disciple, this is my disciple. No, he loved all of us very, very dearly. And he was always, always absorbed in the service of Krishna. He would always be, like other devotees said, he would always be doing something, always chanting. Like in the morning when he'll walk, he'll be reciting verses. I still remember the first time I served him in 2015. Like he was in very bad condition, like he couldn't walk, he couldn't do anything by himself. But still in that painful situation, he would be telling me about Prabhupada. He'll be narrating stories of Prabhupada. And I was thinking, like, how can he do this? Like, this is not something, ordinarily. So he was always thinking about giving the best. Like I said, he looked for the best incense. And even, like, we had to do his silver paraphernalia for Radha Giridhari. So he had, like, very specific, specification for those plates. It was not like he is picking anything, but he personally looked for the design and how this will be used for Radha Giridhari, how it will be easy for the pujaris to clean that. So he was very, very particular. Like I said, in the mode of Raghav Pandit from the Chaitanya Charitamrita. So Maharaj, he came after 2 years, For 2 years he couldn't come, but finally he came, and he went into the eternal pastimes of Shri Radha Giridhari. So I'm very grateful to Maharaj that he tolerated me for so many years. I was the best servant, but still he was very merciful and allowed me to serve him. So I pray that Maharaj continue to bestow his mercy upon me, continue to guide me. His Holiness Badri Narayan Maharaj ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Prabhu. Now we'll hear from Balaram Prabhu.
Why do you keep forgetting this guy?
It's transcendental. I can't even
answer 3:30. It's not.
Om Agyanatipadandasya Gananjana Shalakaya Chakshulan Militam Mena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Mukam Karitavachalam Pangam Langai Tegirim Yak Kripa Tabaham Vande Shri Gurundini Tarada Bansha Koptribishcha Kripa Sandibhevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So yes, my name is Balaram Das, and I'm a disciple of His Holiness Giriraj Swami. And I grew up in San Diego, where His Holiness Badri Narayan Swami served for so many years. And the first time I met him, I was 17 years old, still in high school. And I remember him and Dravida Prabhu, they were encouraging me to join the temple, because that's what I was thinking of doing. So they would always tell me, they would always ask me, so Bhakta Brownson, when are you going to turn 18? So you could join the temple, graduate high school and join the temple. So yeah, I've served with him for the last 21 years, and mostly within the last 10 years, it's been more close association with him, serving under him as my GBC. And yeah, I mean, as one devotee was mentioning earlier, he had the idea that yes, he was elderly, his body was old and diseased, and he was thinking he could leave any time. And he was making preparations for that. He wrote his will, and he spoke with devotees in California specifically to get a new GBC. And one of the things he also did was he spoke with me. And we were taking a car ride somewhere one day. And he said, yes, Balaram, he said, last time I went to India, I had a very close call, death call. And he said I could leave any moment. And he said that it would be really unfortunate for me to dedicate my whole life to the San Diego temple and to leave without leaving somebody in charge of it. So he said, I'm presenting to you the idea that if you could serve as the temple president. So in the car, I didn't say anything. I just heard him. And a week passed, 2 weeks passed. I wasn't getting back to him about that. And he came up to me and he said, yes, I would prefer if you do it, but if you don't want to do it, then we're going to have to find somebody else. We're going to have to bring somebody else from somewhere. So I was thinking about it, and then I said, well, I'll speak with my spiritual master about it. So we had a Zoom call. I spoke with His Holiness Giriraj Swami about it, and I presented Badri Narayan Swami's idea. And then my spiritual master says, yes, I think that's a good idea. I think it'd be good for you, and I think it'd be good for Badri Narayan Swami, and I think it'd be good for the community. And then he said, so I wish you all the best. And he laughed. He didn't really. Pretty much he just told me to do it, which I accepted. So, and throughout that time, my association with His Holiness Badri Narayan Swami over the years, he would, of course, correct me, chastise me, because we're working very closely together. And that was difficult at times. See, confirmation said yes. And, but still I would see his deep humility and his deep care, and ultimately, I accept that what he did in terms of correction for me was for my benefit. I fully accept that. I remember one time displaying his humility. I was here in Vrindavan and we did a Govardhan Parikrama, and then we made our way to Mayapur. And in Mayapur, somehow or other my foot got hurt. So I was kind of laid up in bed in Mayapur. So then Badri Narayan Swami was there, and he came to me just to check on me. So some brahmacharis are there, I'm there laying there in bed, and then he comes up to me, oh, you okay, and what happened? And I think I said, I think I hurt my foot walking around Govardhan Hill. So then he's there, and he's looking at me with, love and compassion, and he comes up and he goes, oh, well, let me see. And he starts touching my foot. He's saying, oh, where's the pain, this and that. He's touching my foot. And then he smiles and he laughs and he jokes. He said, I was just taking an opportunity to touch your feet. That's his humility. Such senior to me in so many ways, always. But just two last things before we move on to, I'm not sure who's next, but one of his initiated disciples. Over the years, he would stress certain things over and over and over again to me. And it was almost like he was hammering the ideas in my mind, really trying to cement them into my mind over and over and over again over the course of years. And two specific ones that I'm thinking of now are how he would tell a pastime of Srila Prabhupada, which I'm sure everyone knows here, in that Srila Prabhupada was on a train in India, and there were these young men there, and they were trying to get darshan of Srila Prabhupada. And Prabhupada's disciples didn't want to allow that, because they're thinking that these people are just going to waste Srila Prabhupada's time asking for some material blessing, something like that. Prabhupada would call them Ashirvad Maharaj. It's just a blessing. You just give blessings, that's it. So eventually the young men, they make eye contact with Srila Prabhupada, and according to etiquette, Srila Prabhupada said, okay, let them in. So they came in, and Srila Prabhupada was very kind and nice and asking different questions about them and their family and so on. And then Srila Prabhupada says, so what can I do for you? And one man says something, well, I have this knee problem, and then Srila Prabhupada, he shakes his head, and And then another person says, oh, well, my family and their education and this and that. And Prabhupada's not accepting any of it. And then Srila Prabhupada said that if you want my blessings, you see these young men with their shaved heads and their saffron cloth and how they've dedicated everything to Krishna. He said, you should become like them if you want my blessings. And then the young men, they got fearful and then they left. So in relation to this, you could say that Badri Narayan, His Holiness Badri Narayan Swami was not a Ashirvad type of Maharaj, and that he really expected his disciples, his Shiksha disciples and Diksha disciples, and really people in general, he was really pushing this point that we have to do something for Krishna. We have to do something for Srila Prabhupada. We have to do something for the movement. So he was really hammering this idea. That was one. And another one, he would quote, Srila Prabhupada would also quote, that do not be like Alexander the Great, and that he conquered so many places, and then he moved on, and then those places more or less fell apart. So in relation to me, seeing my tendency to travel, over and over and over again, he would tell me this. Do not be like Alexander the Great. Do not be like Alexander the Great. You have to stay and try to develop the place, which he did in San Diego, dedicating his life. So those are just a few thoughts. And yes, thank you very much. Hare Krishna, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, His Holiness Badri Narayan Swami ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Okay, before my godbrother Jai Shila speaks, I have to ask his forgiveness. He has all the good qualities: patience, tolerance, and determination. Even though for 3.5 hours I just somehow or other I didn't see him, he's been sitting there very patiently, waiting to speak, and finally said, and I said, yes, you're next, and I missed that as well. And he still has a smile on his face, so I'm very happy to introduce Jai Srila Prabhu.
I got it working. Vanchakalpatarabhyascha kripasindhave evacha patitanam pavenibhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. I knew Badri Narayan Prabhu throughout the years when I'd visit India. We would always say hello and catch up. We knew him from Temple Presidents Meeting. I was the president of Auckland, New Zealand Temple for many years. So we had a nice relationship. So bringing it all the way up to the departure of Maharaj, when I came here a few days ago, I saw Maharaj stooped over taking darshan, and it was a little bit of a shock to see him in such bad health. And then I just said, Hare Krishna Maharaj, and he goes, small world. And that was the first thing he said, so I thought, good, I have to like that a little quick. The thing I want to share is a blessing that I feel that I got from Maharaj just before he departed, and the qualities that you've already heard all about, Maharaj's qualities being, his qualities. So he demonstrated some really nice qualities. Maharaj gave the class, and I need, maybe Panchagora can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think he gave the day before I gave, if I'm not, so he gave, then I was asked to give the Bhagavatam, the Chaitanya Charitamrita class the next day. So I gave some kind of class and come to the end, and somebody had asked a question quite close to where I was sitting. And I answered that question, and the next thing I just turned my head, and Badri Narayan Maharaj was on the floor in front of the desk from speaking, and he looked up, and I'm sitting up, and I felt immediately quite embarrassed. One of the important things, I think, for speakers is to get off the asana as quickly as you can. Once you've said what you've got to say, and don't sit there and give audience to everyone. It's not really what it's all about. So here I was faced with Maharaj, and I thought, how did he get here? How did he get? He was sitting over somewhere, and he kind of got across, and I didn't see anyone helping him to get to where he was. And I thought, I couldn't believe, yeah? And then Maharaj started to glorify me, and I thought, oh my, I was like Maharaj. And he was, as we've heard, he was so specific. He chose every word specifically, and he went on maybe 5 or 6 or 7, you did this, and then you did that. And I was completely sort of overwhelmed. I thought, oh, Maharaj, I said, thank you so much for encouraging me. And it really did. It just hit my heart, his kind of nurturing me. And then he said, no, I'm not just nurturing. This is true. And he emphatically said again like that. So I reached out to Maharaj. He was sitting there, and we held hands. And he said, I don't do this. I don't give flattery to anybody. And then I said, well, Maharaj, I think we're brothers. I said, I'm exactly like you. I said, I'm usually quite critical of, I'm great at that. Somebody told me, anyway, somebody said that wasn't such a great quality. But anyway, I just wanted to share that with you because the next morning, so that evening it must have kind of transpired, and the next he was gone. So it's something that will stay in my heart. And a few of the devotees talked about brothers, so I really made an amazingly deep connection with Maharaj by that little interaction. So he was so sweet and kind and extended himself to me. In comparison, I'm very, very small. So I just wanted to share that. Hare Krishna. Thank you, Maharaj.
This microphone is gone. There's a few more of his disciples to speak, but I wanted to say a few words. I haven't had much of an opportunity to speak, but Maharaj, it's been a long time. I've known him for many, many years. But specifically once he became my GBC in Hawaii when I was a regional secretary, or what they call zonal supervisor, which once coming to Vrindavan, I didn't do much of a good job at all. But I learned a lot from him over the last few years, and when I had some issues, I contacted him because I knew he had this one quality, courageous. You know, like I say, I've seen over time people, there's Prabhupada, we say he was a Prabhupada man, and we say that about many of our God brothers, God sisters, Prabhupada people. But then he had that extra special thing, because there's many Prabhupada men, his followers, who they left ISKCON due to so many different reasons over the decades. But he was someone, he was a ISKCON Prabhupada man. He defended Prabhupada's ISKCON to the very last, literally to the very last minute. You know, 2 days ago when we were at the cremation, I was just watching that fire blaze, and I was thinking, we really lost a very special person. You know, there was no one that would defend from his vision Prabhupada's ISKCON more than him. He was a real friend. If he saw you were doing something that was outside of what should be done, he'd let you know as a friend. Sometimes that wasn't easy to accept. You know, you heard little glimpses over the last few hours about how he could be, some would say, difficult. But the difficult part was how much he was ready to stand for Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada's society. And especially you disciples, if you don't get anything else from him, you have to stand for what he stood for. And that was Prabhupada's society, Prabhupada's ISKCON society. We have Prabhupada disciples, they come here to Vrindavan. Sometimes you don't even know they're here. But when he came here, you know he's here because he's at the temple there every morning, following Prabhupada's formula. Prabhupada said very simply that formula was the routine. And some people take it that the routine, when we say routine, it means something, you just do it, it's automatic, not a big deal. But for Prabhupada, that routine, that morning program, Mangal Arti, chanting rounds, morning class, that was the most important part of the day. And to see someone like him at very, very high position in our society, in the GBC, I happened to go to a few of the meetings over the years. He was one of the people that would speak up. He didn't sit there silently and think, yeah, well, I don't agree with that, but, you know, what can I say? No, he'd say it. And I found that I hope someday to be able to have that same courage that he had to stand for Srila Prabhupada every moment. So that's all I wanted to say. Next, I think we have a Nrsimha Simha Prabhu to speak. Yeah, disciple Nrsimha Simha. Is that you? Okay. Chaitanya Simha. Well, that's why the Simha. Chaitanya Simha. He's Nrsimha Nitaya. He also wants to speak by the end. Chaitanya Simha, please come and speak.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Shrimate Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna. Dear devotees, my name is Chaitanya Simhadas. I'm a disciple of His Holiness Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj. I've heard a lot of sharing and personal stories with Guru Maharaj, and it was a bliss to hear. I personally met Guru Maharaj in 2022 at Los Angeles Ratha Yatra. That was actually my first Ratha Yatra. I lived in Los Angeles back then. And there was a lot of people walking and kind of pushing one another because, you know, it gets really intense by the end of the whole trip at Venice Beach. And somebody pushed me and I stepped at Guru Maharaj's foot. I turned my back and you should have seen my expression on my face. I was shocked because I felt like, wow, that's the last thing I need in my life right now. So I immediately apologized, but as many devotees, God brothers and God sisters of Guru Maharaj said how humble Guru Maharaj was. With the humbleness he responded, he was totally cool. He said, no, don't worry, like not a problem at all. But I felt, you know, deep in my heart, something wrong. And that was my first time how I met my Guru Maharaj. You know, there was a devotee who asked me, how did you choose your Diksha Guru? You know, like, did you watch the lectures? Did you have any affection? That's how I chose my Guru Maharaj. I stepped on his foot. And then there was several interactions when Guru Maharaj would come to Los Angeles as a GBC. He would visit quite often and give lectures, and I started to observe him. And he approached to me several times with a question, where do I know you from? Like he asked me, where do I know you from? I could not recall back then. I couldn't remember actually his face. Everything happened so quick and stressful. So, and once I went to visit for the first time San Diego Temple and with the brahmacharis from Los Angeles. As I was doing book distribution in Los Angeles, I went there to try to distribute some books and also meet San Diego devotees and visit the temple. And one morning program, Guru Maharaj stops his japa and he comes up to me with the same question. And it was the third time he approached me with the same question. At that moment it hit me and I felt, oh yeah, I remember. I came up to him, I apologized again, I said, Guru Maharaj, and back then, I think it was me who stepped on your foot at Ratha Yatra. And from that moment, I immediately felt, okay, that's my Guru. And I've been waiting when I got back. It was actually a celebration of New Year's Eve. We went for Harinam there. When I got back to Los Angeles, I knew I'm going to approach my Guru Maharaj because he was going to India. He was going every time at the same kind of time for Gaur Purnima and GBC meetings. So I waited when he got back. He gave a lecture and I approached him. I asked him for the shelter to be my Guru. He didn't give any answer. But later in the week, from one of my god brothers, I received a message and his pranam mantra. So he accepted me. I felt very blissful and happy. So I got initiated by my Guru Maharaj in the end of 2023. And he gave me this name. As I was doing Sankirtan, he felt like that name reflects my nature as well. He got it after Chaitanya Chaitamrita. I believe it was Adi Lila where it was explained how Lord Chaitanya looked like. That's why he got these two names. You know, one of the things I personally felt like, you know, my Guru Maharaj, his health wasn't really strong. And when he lost his toe, one of my older friends said, you know, the toe went already to an internal Vrindavan. It's already there. And I didn't really believe in this. I didn't really pay attention to it. Didn't think like, oh yeah. And now seeing how my Guru Maharaj left his body in holy place in Vrindavan, I mean, that's the highest goal we could all hope for. It's definitely the truth. And I would like to finish my speech just to say that connection with the spiritual master doesn't end with his physical disappearance. And this applies to His Divine Grace, Bhaktivedanta Swami, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada, our Acharya, founder of International Society, ISKCON, for Krishna Consciousness. So, thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. All right, now we're going to hear from Balaram Prabhu. Go. It's been a long morning. Govardhan Prabhu.
When I saw Govardhan Prabhu at this meeting, at the last GBC meeting, I was sitting next to Badri Narayan Maharaj, and I said, you know, he said, this is Govardhan. He said, he's a really good servant, but you can't have him.
Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripasanabhyacha patitanam pavanabhyo Vaishnavyo namo namaha. Public speaking is one of my weak areas, so please forgive me. They say there's places that change you, and then there's also people that change you. And in my life, there's two people that have made a big difference in my life. One is Srila Prabhupada, by reading his books, and two is my spiritual master, His Holiness Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj. Growing up in San Diego, I grew up with the whole gang culture, drug dealing, all that. So when I read Srila Prabhupada's books, how life should actually be purified, I was very, very intrigued by this concept. In the West, you're not trained like that. Everyone's breaking the 4 regs even before high school. So I was that type of useless fellow. So my cousin, the one that introduced me to Krishna consciousness, she said, you have to look for a guru. And I was thinking, okay, if I need a guru, I need someone who's very stern, very strong, very powerful. Someone that could pull me by the ears if I deviated from Srila Prabhupada's teachings. And just like everybody mentioned, when Maharaj would come, you cannot deny his presence. So when I came to San Diego, I saw Maharaj. He was always busy, like the disciples of Srila Prabhupada mentioned. You will not find him idle. You won't find him scrolling on his phone. You'll find him answering emails, making calls. You'll find him on his spare time. What will you see him do? Take rest. 30, 45-minute naps, and then he'll go back to his services to Srila Prabhupada. So when I first came to the temple, my first service, does anyone know what a devotee's first service is? Pot washing, exactly. So I was in the kitchen, pot washing. And then Balaram Prabhu, he asked me, so Bhakta Glenn, when are you going to take initiation? And I said, oh, Balaram Prabhu, Maharaj is not accepting disciples yet. So Balaram stayed quiet. So then after a few months, Balaram asked me the same question. When are you going to take initiation? I said, oh, Balaram, you know when Maharaj can accept disciples? So then Balaram said, he's accepting disciples now. And I immediately jumped at this opportunity. So I know Maharaj is very, very busy. So I emailed him. I said, if you have 5 or 10 minutes, I would like 10 minutes of your time. I would like to speak to you about something. So, like everyone was saying, it's very personal. He didn't just reject me. He gave me a date and a time. So I spoke with him in front of our Krishna lounge with Balaram Prabhu. And I'll tell you right now, I was so nervous. Maharaj, everyone says he's like a thunderbolt, but he's also like a rose. And as a disciple, he needs to be heavy with us. So I spoke to Maharaj and I asked if I can take shelter of him. And he said, yes. And what I love is that he told me it's like a partnership. I'll help you go back to Godhead, and you can help me try to help my spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada. So he described this disciple-guru relationship as a partnership. So at that time, I knew Maharaj didn't have this false ego that, oh, I'm a guru, you're my disciple, I'm going to treat you like a slave. He didn't have that. And so when I first put on a dhoti and kurta, Maharaj approached me and said, you look very nice in your constitutional position. And I was one of the best compliments Maharaj gave me. So fast forward, I moved into the brahmachari ashram, and now Maharaj's health is not so well. So he needed someone to travel with him. So he found that I was somewhat qualified, so I would travel with Maharaj, whether it's some place local in the US, Arizona, Las Vegas, Hawaii, and then sometimes I can also travel with them. They said a servant, as long as he knows his position, he can enjoy the same facilities as the king. So I was able to travel with Maharaj, Singapore, Burma, India, Italy, you know. So, and I tried my best to serve Maharaj. So I'll tell a few pastimes between me and Maharaj, and I think you guys will like it. Sometimes Maharaj had a very deep, wonderful sense of humor. He would say, all right, Govardhan, let's see how many people I can offend today. You know, to start off. And everyone knows that Maharaj was very duty-bound. Despite his health, despite even the doctors advised him, you shouldn't travel to India. But Maharaj still traveled. And he really loved association with the devotees in Singapore, and especially Burma. Burma is a country that not many devotees visit. There's 3 civil wars going on, but Maharaj still took the risk to go there. So the devotees in Burma, they're very dear to Maharaj. Maharaj wasn't feeling well, so I was what he would ask me to do is after Sankirtan, just to go see him, check on him. And so I came back around 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, and I knocked at Maharaj's door. He said, Govardhan, is that you? And I said, yes, Maharaj. So he said, how was Sankirtan? And I said, oh, Maharaj, it was the biggest day, you know, I did this. He stopped me right away. He said, don't get puffed up. So he won't, like they say, he's not afraid to tell you if you're, you know, full of pride and deviating. So then I suddenly stopped and I realized all of this is due to my spiritual master's mercy, to Srila Prabhupada's mercy. And then he said, okay, continue, you know, how was your day? So then I went on. So Maharaj, he was also very personal. I was able to witness how he was dealing with other devotees. If there are temple presidents, bhaktas, brahmacharis, grihastas, he did not treat everyone the same, actually. So I was able to see that. And Maharaj, one thing he taught me is that you have to be stern. If you're not, sometimes you have to roar like a lion or else nothing gets done. And it's true, I've seen that. So these harsh behaviors that people see sometimes, Maharaj has a purpose. It's not that he's hateful or anything like that. I'll tell you a recent funny story. We were on our plane, on our flight to from a place called Aunglan in Burma to Myitkyina, the last stop in Burma. And it's a small plane, and our tickets, our seats, it was right next to each other. So Maharaj asked me, do you want the window seat or the aisle seat? And then Maharaj, he said, you should go take the window seat, you know, you can see the view. He was asking what I would like to do. So I took the window seat, and then I sat down, and Maharaj sat down. He said, give me my japa beads. So I started chanting. And as soon as the flight attendants saw this, they approached us, and they said, you can't do this, you know. And then Maharaj ignored them. You know, and then Maharaj said, I don't give a damn about your procedure. And then Burma is a very Buddhist country. It's a Buddhist country. So they usually see monks, you know, very shanti, very peaceful, very quiet. But here comes Maharaj roaring like a lion, you know. I don't give a damn. So then he sat down, and then a few other flight attendants, they also advised him, oh, sir, you can't do that. So Maharaj said, I'm not leaving from my seat. And then they left us alone. And then towards the end, they all apologized to Maharaj. And then Maharaj didn't have any bad or ill feelings towards these people. You know, he just smiled, he said, not a problem. And then we went on our way. A lot of devotees mentioned that Maharaj, he would not miss Mangal Arti for whatever reason. In San Diego, even when he's not feeling well, he'll try to come to Mangal Arti just to try to set an example for others. He once told me, if I don't set a good example, who will? You know, devotees, they have this idea, oh, I'm not feeling too well, you know, I'm not going to go to Mangal Arti. But this is Krishna, the Supreme Lord. And every day we got a chance to see him, but we miss this opportunity. So Maharaj, he was very big on Mangal Arti. And one thing that I really, really loved about Maharaj, when he was able to drive in San Diego, he would be in the temple room 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock in the morning, chanting his japa nicely. And I was thinking, I live upstairs in the brahmachari ashram. What is my excuse for not making it to Mangal Arti? And here's a person who's older, you know, not in good health, and he's looking forward to Mangal Arti. So that really stood with me. Another thing is japa. You know, in this age, Harinama, 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 Eva Kevalam, Klau Naste, 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 Eva Gatir Anyata. That the only way of deliverance in this Kali Yuga is not by yoga, it's not by gyan, but it's chanting the holy name. So Maharaj, he would always chastise devotees who commit the 10 offenses while chanting the holy name. We were in Burma, and the young brahmacharis, so we were driving, it was early in the morning, we were going to the next city, and the devotees, they were chanting japa, and then in one hand they had their cell phone, you know. So Maharaj said, people in this country sure love their phones, you know. He made this joke, but they didn't get it. So then Maharaj asked them, are you done with your 16 rounds? So then they said, okay, you know, Maharaj wants us to chant. After a few minutes, they started making calls, text message. So Maharaj chastised them. He said, this is not japa. This Hare Krishna, yap, 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 Hare Rama, Hare yap, yap. He said, this is not japa. Japa is attentively hearing the holy name. And then Maharaj told me one time, he said, you know, and I'm sure devotees have heard it, that japa is the most important, not important, but my favorite time of the day. As a GBC, he's flooded with duties and services. But he's telling me the best part of his day is chanting japa. But we take advantage of this, you know. We're on our phones chanting japa, we're watching TV, we're driving. I heard from a class one time, a devotee asked Srila Prabhupada, can I chant and drive at the same time? And Srila Prabhupada gave a very practical answer. He said, neither can you drive nor chant japa nicely. So when we chant japa, we should do it with sincerity. So my spiritual master, he imbibed these wonderful qualities in me to come to Mangal Arti and to try to finish my rounds before Mangal Arti starts. So I've been doing that for a few years now. There's so many wonderful qualities of my spiritual master. They say you don't know the value of someone until they're gone. So, I am missing my spiritual master. How can you repay someone who's changed your whole life? So thank you for kindly listening to my offering to my spiritual master. All glory to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. Badri Narayan Maharaj ki jai. Now we're going to hear, we have a few minutes left to hear from Harsharani Mataji. And then if there's a few minutes left, we'll hear from you, Prabhu.
My Guru Maharaj knew I was not much of a speaker, but with the presence of all the senior Vaishnavas, if you kindly allow me, I would like to share a few words about my Guru Maharaj. I have no qualification to speak, but as his insignificant servant, I simply wish to offer a few words from my heart. My dearest Guru Maharaj, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to you. Although ocean separated us and I received your physical association only once a year, you never let me feel distant. Through your emails, your instructions, your services that you gave me for Radha Giridhari, and your gentle questions like, are you happy? Are you remembering Krishna? Are you chanting nicely? You cared for us just like a father cares for his child. Those emails are now my anchor and my solace. Guru Maharaj was always thinking how to serve, how to make things better for ISKCON, and how to fulfill the mission of Srila Prabhupada. His consciousness was always fixed in Prabhupada's services. His life was constantly dedicated to serving Sri Sri Radha Giridhari. No matter the situation, he was always finding ways to make services happen. His unwavering dedication and deep faith are a beacon of hope and guidance for me in my spiritual life. Gurudev always gave me more than what I deserve. He gave me guidance when I was in confusion, steadiness when I was in anxiety, and a path to walk upon. Guru Maharaj, once in a lecture, Guru Maharaj says that we do not have a certificate from Yamaraj, and that's why all of us are old. So Guru Maharaj, whatever life remains for me, I pray only for the strength to follow your instructions sincerely. Like I always sign off my email to you, your servant always, Harsharani Devidasi.
Thank you, Mataji. Very good. Nrsinga, you have the floor. Or the seat. No.
Hare Krishna. Vancha kalpatarubhascha kripa sindhubhyavaccha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namo. I'll not take much time. I understand the timing. So, His Holiness Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj, he was my teacher in GBC college. And we got very important instructions from Maharaj's lotus mouth. And I have written down all important points in my notebook for serving Srila Prabhupada mission very nicely and engaged devotee Srila Prabhupada mission very nicely. I saw Maharaj is very strict and very straightforward. He always speaks to the point. After end of the class, he asked question, Prabhu, please don't speak flowery words. Come to the point. Ask me question. I love very much this word. Really. So, His Grace Mukunda Prabhu said that he's like a coconut. Outside is hard, inside very soft. Krishna also has two qualities. Kusuma to be kamal, softer than the lotus flower, and Vajra to be kathar. He is also like a strong, like a thunderbolt. Krishna has these two qualities. And that quality also has Krishna's devotee. That quality we have seen to His Holiness Badri Narayan Maharaj. So, then last I met with Maharaj, 18th February here. That day, His Grace Panchagara Prabhu had given Bhagavatam class in temple. So I wanted to meet with Maharaj. I wanted to get blessing from him because he was my teacher in GBC college. I went to him. He told me, I need to catch Panchagara. I want to speak with him. Then he went to Panchagara Prabhu in front of the Beshashan. He said, you are president, you are leader. Then he saw me. Why you have earring? This is sense gratification. I told Prabhu, Maharaj, this is one of the samskaras. You can give me so many examples. You remember, Prabhu? You can give me so many examples. I know everything. I told Maharaj, this is one of the 10 samskaras. Prabhu, you can give me example from Chaitanya Charitamrita, but I am telling you, one day you will understand this is sense gratification. This sound was knocking in my ear. Later on, I spoke with his guest Panchagara Prabhu. Prabhu, Maharaj said like this. And Panchagara Prabhu replied, he said, Maharaj. Then I went to my home, I told to my wife, Tulsi, Maharaj said like this. She replied to me, he is Prabhupada disciple. He is sannyasi, he is guru, and he was your teacher. My wife replied me. Then 27th, when I heard after Mangalarati, His Holiness Janāḥ Maharaj announced Maharaj is no more. He went back to Golok Vrindavan. Then I asked my wife, what should I do? This is his last chastisement and last instruction to me. She said, you decide. I told her, please take it out. Because Krishna has given instruction through Maharaj. I have to be very careful because we are Srila Prabhupada mission servant. We are future leader in the society. We have to lead the society, right? So devotee should learn by our own example. So I got this instruction from His Holiness Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj, also blessing to rectify myself. So Maharaj left his body from Sri Vrindavan Dham. He finished his business, management business in Sri Mayapur Dham. He came to Vrindavan for doing his bhajan. You know Gopal Guru, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's associate, his worship deity is Radha Kanto in Jagannath Puri. He left his body in Jagannath Puri. His disciple took him to Shargadwar, just in front of Haridas Thakur Bhajan Kutir. They fired his body. One devotee went from Vrindavan to Jagannath Puri. He informed his disciple, you know, I have seen your Guru Maharaj in Vrindavan. His disciple said, no, my Guru Maharaj just left his body, we just light his body in cremation. If you do not believe, please go Vrindavan and see. His disciple came back to Vrindavan. They saw their Guru Maharaj in Dirshaviran. Gopal Guru, he is doing his bhajan. Guru Maharaj, you just left your body in Jagannath Puri. How you came to Vrindavan? And he replied, this is Vrindavan, this is transcendental. Please come back to Jagannath Puri, take care of your deity, Radhakanta. No, that is management matter. I don't want to go to Jagannath Puri. I want to reside here. So, His Holiness Badri Narayan Swami Maharaj, he finished his management business in Mayapur. He has given responsibility to other Vaishnavas. He came to Vrindavan for doing his bhajan, associated with Srila Prabhupada. And auspicious name, śuklaḥ, uttarāyaṇam. Krishna's very nice arrangement for Maharaj. Those who we get good lesson from Maharaj's life. If anyone dedicate his life to Srila Prabhupada mission, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mission, Krishna will arrange very suitable arrangement for them to take them back to Godhead. This is Maharaj set up his example in Sri Vrindavan Dham. Hare Krishna.
Thank you. His Holiness Badri Narayan Maharaj ki
Jai.
Jai. His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jai. Thank you everyone for being here. Hare Krishna.
My voice is broken.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, oh Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare